Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hofmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.
Hello, I'd like to welcome everybody on the 8th Altibox Norway chess event, and it's escalating to its very, very, very tense situation, what we are having now. Yesterday in round 7, we had a very tense day, a very interesting game between Fabiano and Magnus Carlsen, but also other games were extremely interesting. I'm going to be your host and commentator again, and of course, I'm very happy that I have with us Vladimir Kramnik, who is going to be the commentator as well today.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we are getting closer and closer to the end of the tournament, and it's getting more and more tensed. The nerves are flying all over Stavanger, and the tension is growing. So let's see who is going to play today.
Well, first of all, who is going to be playing today? Magnus Carlsen is going to be playing his countryman, Aronian, Tari, and Levon Aronian plays with Jan Duda. Fabiano will be playing against Alireza. What do you think about today's matchup, Vladimir? I think it's going to be blood all over.
Yes. Well, concerning the game, Carlsen-Tari, it just reminded me one story because I've played once in Dortmund many years ago in the 90s, and they always have a German player there, Eric Lobron, who is actually at that time it was Eric Lobron, and who was actually a very strong player, of course. But okay, during that event, it was, well, things were not going so well, and I was leading, and there is a presentation before each round there on the stage, and there is a person from the organizing committee who is presenting each game, and what he expects from a game, etc. But it was done in German, so it's like 2 minutes before we start the clock, we sit in front of each other with Eric. And I hear this German speech. I don't speak German, so I don't pay any attention. And at some point, I see the face of Eric. Was kind of anger, frustration, and amazement. In his face. And I asked him what happened. What? He said, he told me, what he said today now about our game. I said, yeah, what? He said that, well, there is a game, Kramnik-Lobron. Kramnik is leading with, 4 out of 5. Eric is not doing so well yet, like 1.5 out of 5. Kramnik is playing white. All in all, I would be extremely surprised today if Eric Lobron will score half a point. I mean, it just reminded me this. Of course, the situation. Of course, Magnus playing white with Tari, who is not doing well. Of course, we all understand that he is a big favorite, but I wouldn't go that far to say the same thing. I mean, it's absolutely obvious to me that it's not like he just has to come and catch the point. I mean, again, like in the situation with Duda, I think for Aronian Tari, it's a big game. It's a separate game, because if he is doing it well, making a draw, even winning, it will save his tournament. So I'm sure he will try his best today, and whether it will be enough or not, we will see. But I think for him, it's a special day today.
Well, definitely. We were talking about in the other days also when you're playing badly in a tournament. Still, of course, you have your games which you're focusing on, and you still have your motivation. Of course, the one thing is that you're waiting the tournament to end, but at the same time, when you have to go down in the playing hall and play your game, still, of course, you try your best. And of course, today, by playing for Aronian against Magnus, he knows, of course, exactly that who is the favorite in this game. And he's also having not a very good form also. But still, as we saw it with Duda, when he won against Magnus, everything is possible. And I think, of course, Magnus can go wrong. I mean, I think this is what the biggest chance for Tari today, that if Magnus thinks unconsciously that, well, okay, I can just play and collect the point. Of course, the world champion is not that kind of person, but unconsciously, still, it can be a story like that he's going to take maybe bigger risk than he should, or he's just not focusing, not concentrating possibly so much, because maybe he's thinking already in his next game, which is going to be with Alireza, by the way. Mm-hmm. So I think obviously if Magnus will keep his focus as a full professional and world champion, of course he has a very huge chance that he will win the game, especially he's playing with the white pieces. But I'm sure Tari is actually going to be enjoying in some ways that he has actually this opportunity to play against the world
of this game, because if Magnus manages to get some nice advantage and pressure, then I think he can play, quietly, without too much tension, just trying to increase it. But if the opening will not go in his way, if he will get nothing, then he can start to get nervous, to try to risk, to complicate matters unnecessarily. So I think the opening phase is quite important in this game.
Yeah, it will be kind of essential. We see already the playing hall that I think all the players are already sitting at the board and waiting the games to be started. What do you think about the Levon Aronian against Jan Duda's game? Because Duda won a game yesterday and also he beat the world champion in this tournament. Still, his score, I'm pretty sure he's not too happy with, but it's getting already reasonable. What do you think? What is going to be that game? What shape is Levon today? Because he had a pretty bad
I'm sure
game
he is going to play for a win. I mean, and he will, of course, he wants to win definitely. And well, I mean, you never know. Duda, he won 2 games already here. Even if his shape is not great, but he's a dangerous player and he can hit back always. So we will see. But of course, Levon is a favorite, obviously. But again, anything can happen in this game. Because also don't forget that players are getting slightly tired already. It's also can be an issue, yeah?
Well, we started the round already, and we have some interesting things. We just were talking about the Levon game against Duda. It's 2G6 and C4. But also there is another very interesting opening which is happening between Fabiano and Firouzja after the famous Caro-Kann, which he's playing practically only this line in this tournament, Firouzja. F3 is played here. What do you think about this move? I think I've never played. Maybe I played once in my life.
Yes, I mean, I know this move exists. I don't think it's considered to be too dangerous, but it's complicated. It's complicated, and I think probably Fabiano's main goal is to, I mean, he probably thinks that this move might be not very deeply analyzed by his opponent, and he might try to catch him in the opening to get some advantage, because the positions are sharp. Even I remember, if I'm not mistaken, one of the main moves here is Queen B6, very strange move. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I think this is one of the main moves in this position. But of course, there are also some variations going with E5, D, F, E5. I mean, which is Knight F3. It's some kind of King's Gambit, yeah. ED, Bishop C4, something like that. So, which is actually considered to be quite dangerous for Black, as far as I know. There are some moves like G6 and so on. Yeah, D4.
We have D takes E4 on the board. Also, maybe Knight C3, playing sacrificing.
That is that. I mean, then you would rather start with Knight C3, no? Knight C3, D, F3. So I guess he's going to take back on E4.
Yes, we have it on the board, F takes E4. It's interesting. I'm quite amazed by the preparation of Fabiano, I must say, that somehow he's able to surprise the opponent. He's able to get positions which he's aiming for. And we have E5, Knight F3 on the board already. So he has a very special way of attitude towards openings, because sometimes he's making risky choices. Like, I think F3 can be considered a little bit kind of, it's not the classical way, right? It's
but I think his main strategy, opening strategy, is just working a lot. Yeah, it's just that is why he's surprising his opponents very often, because he really works a lot. That's what I feel, at least. And like this, and also he's already, you can call him an experienced player. So he plays on a top level for a long time. There are lots of positions, types of positions he knows well. I mean, already, and he has experience. So I think that is the key of his opening successes. It's just that he is a very hard worker. I mean,
and he has a very good second also, who is a very hard and experienced worker himself, Rustam Kasimjanov.
Yeah,
I think they are working already for quite a few years together, which is also, I think it is a very important part of being successful.
Yeah,
actually, I wanted to ask you already for quite some time that how did you pick your seconds, trainers, for tournaments in general, but specifically, how did you pick your helpers for a World Championship title match? For example, let's say your first match when you played against Kasparov. What were the criteria? What were the important skills and personal character traits of your seconds?
Well, I would say, first of all, is trust, of course. Trust. I always try to invite people whom I kind of like, at least in some way personally. I think it's quite important if there is a certain personal, nice feeling about each other, yeah. Or at least I cannot tell about them, but at least that I like them as people. And yes, everybody has different attitudes. I mean, somebody likes to get his trainers, his seconds, who give them ideas. I felt always that I have enough myself. It's more that I try to find people who are hard workers, yeah, who are ready to work hard, because I had always quite many ideas, sometimes even too many. So you need to check them all, and to be very, to work hard. Yeah, that was my way of choosing people. And sometimes also, frankly, there is not such a big choice. Yeah, so I remember some matches. Finally, I couldn't get exactly the people I wanted to get, because everybody has his own career, has some plans, and there was this, I don't know whether it was right or not. To me, it was normal, but in general, there was this kind of idea, rumors that working for me is not, is not a vocation, yeah? That you have to work hard. And maybe some people were, sometimes a bit scared of it, yeah, of such a hard work. I was never actually asking people to work more than I do myself, yeah. So it was fair in this sense, but maybe it was more than they usually do, yeah. But it's a difficult it's a difficult thing to find a trainer which would suit you fully, yeah. Because I think that this is Kasimzhanov, he's a very good trainer, and I think somehow it works very well with Fabiano. Because I remember, I was at some point before one of the matches, I asked somebody, I think Boris Gelfand, I was asking, I told him, I was kind of complaining that it's not easy to find a good trainer because it's one of two, usually, whether he's very talented, has a lot of ideas, but doesn't like to work much, whether he's a hard worker, but somehow not very imaginative somehow, not so many ideas. And then he told me a very clever thing, actually. He told, but that the players who have both actually are the players who are playing against you in World Championship matches or top tournaments. So, that's why they're playing against you, not helping you. So let's
see what we have. Mm-hmm. So we have bishop g4 after knight f3. White
I think it's a kind of very, not definitely not the main line. It's knight d7, bishop d3.
For me, it's out of book. I never analyzed. I never saw this before, to tell you the truth.
Somehow I have a feeling that it's Firouzja might be in the similar situation now than
but
you.
He's still reacting very fast, even though
not that fast. I mean, already spent 7 minutes, and I don't know. This doesn't look so good for Black. Somehow. Of course, maybe it's fine. I'm sure it is still theory, but basically, Black has to be fast now, because if White manages to castle, bishop e3, queen e1, knight d2, he just has a center and a very comfortable
why
position.
is it a big deal? Let's say knight f6.
Let's say
White castles. What about bishop d6?
I can probably play h3. It will not make any damage to play h3.
Okay, bishop h5.
Knight bd2 or bishop e3, knight bd2. I mean, it's definitely playable for Black, but it's not. It's clearly not easy still to equalize, and I would say that against a line like f3, which is supposed to be playable, but no more than that, I would expect some more, more straightforward and more clear equality, somehow for Black.
And also, if they end up in a position something like this, what we have on the analyzing board. It's also important if Fabiano looked at this structure that he will be understanding the middle game of it much better possibly than Firouzja, as I'm not sure he was analyzing this because...
it's a very strange opening choice from Alireza, unless he has some very, very direct continuation in mind, something very forcing.
Takes and c5?
So maybe queen c7, long castle, I don't know, maybe some, I don't see it, I don't frankly see it, but maybe something, because otherwise, if he just develops pieces, then it's not a great opening setup, because White has a central, also the F line open. I mean, it looks like White has a very harmonious development in this position.
So let's see the other boards, what we are having with Magnus. Against Aronian. It's Rai Lopez. They started out with bishop e5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castle, bishop e7. He went for d3.
The most fashionable move nowadays,
And d6.
And d6. So Yeah, now the main line goes like a3. I mean, the modern main line. They're playing a3 castles, let's say knight c3. Yeah, this is a very fashionable way of playing. There were lots of games, Karyakin, Carlsen, in the match where Magnus was playing on the black side of this position. And white is trying to get little something there. Black has many different ways to play. In general, it's very, very little for white. But at least, nowadays, in opening theory, especially against very solid openings, you already try at least to get some playable position. That's already an achievement if your opponent doesn't make an easy fourth draw. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, Magnus here played a4 here.
A4, more
By the way, the
straightforward.
position, Judit, which you were showing us the day before yesterday, I think it comes from this. I think from
Yes.
here. Yeah,
We'll
bishop
see if
d7.
later on we will have something similar.
Yeah, bishop d7, maybe I think knight c3, knight a5, something like this. Yeah, ab. At some point, bishop a2. Yeah, how was it? Yeah, something like that.
Probably not like this exactly, but we want to.
Yeah, bishop a2 before. I mean, yeah, I guess h3 is played somewhere. Yeah, first white is maybe playing knight d5 and then.
Yeah,
and
maybe
then
c5
here.
or something.
No, before knight d5, knight b3 and c5 maybe. Or yeah, at some point like this. Yeah.
Actually,
so
it was this, I think.
Yeah, it's this. Exactly.
This or with rook e1. Maybe it was with rook e1.
Yeah, but I
It's
mean
a
something like that.
bit-
So we will see if it happens today.
It's funny that actually we are having a similar.
And we will see if it appears on the board. We will see if the players they follow our streams. So
Just for our
after
new
the
viewers, we had the other day, 2 days ago, I think, when Joe Latier was our guest. I was coming up and we were talking about how the engines and computers, Alpha Zero, Lila Zero, is influencing chess. And then I came up with this position. Maybe rook was on e1 instead of h3. And a friend of mine showed me that this is an interesting idea from black side to play knight b3, c takes b3, knight d5, and then just black castles, because this pin on the a file is practically impossible
it's
to
amazing
get out of it.
that black doesn't even have to hurry, doubling on a line and taking this bishop, because it's very difficult for white, if possible at all, to actually to get out of this pin. Maybe there is some idea knight e1, knight c2, bishop b1, yeah. But by then probably black will be in time to attack.
Probably rook a7, queen a8.
Yeah, black will attack the bishop, but otherwise black can even play slowly. Yeah, so but a4, bishop d7 is played. It is supposed to be fine for black. In general, this line, I think the main move is c3 here and so on, but it's a complicated position.
Did you ever, what I want to ask is, Magnus was playing this line with black, right? Of course, he plays e5 to Rai Lopez, and actually in the World Championship match against Karyakin, he had absolutely not a shadow of a problem even.
Yeah.
And how is it for you? Are you playing, or were you playing against other opponents, the weapon they were playing? Because I, for example, when I played against Kasparov, this was my strategy which worked the best. When I played, for example, against him, the 6 knight g4 line against the knight of bishop e3, which actually he brought it back himself, and he developed it so well in the modern theory in the late 90s. Well, it's also quite some decades ago. But so when I started to try to play and have a good weapon against him, I decided that I'm going to play his own weapons. So show me what you have against your own system. And this is actually what is happening here also. Were you also using this sometimes against your opponents?
Yes, sometimes. I mean, because first of all, if it usually means that you are preparing with other color for that player, and then you analyze quite a lot this line. And usually it means if a top player is playing a certain line quite regularly, it means actually it's probably quite a good line. So, I mean, in general, I would say that I wouldn't let's say, decide against the line just because my opponent is playing it with other color. No, if I think it's fine, I would. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I can easily play it with both colors actually against the same opponent.
So what is the psychology of it from your perspective when you play a line with both colors? Isn't it psychologically very difficult?
No, I wouldn't say, for me at least, it was not much about psychology. It was much more about, frankly, it's just that when I studied a lot the line, and I feel that I understand the nuances of it. And there are lots of small nuances which I discovered, which are not yet shown in practice, and that I feel that I can be better prepared actually with both colors. Yeah. Against some players, so it's more about the depths you went, when you made a very serious work somewhere, and you feel that it's very deep. That basically you are pretty much ahead of existing theory nowadays, and then I would be ready. Then I would be ready to play it with either color.
Well, we have C3 in this position, but I think let's jump because we did not see yet the game between Aronian and Duda, and let's go back from the very beginning. We saw only a fraction of it at this point, 3C4, and it became Marozy.
Yeah, this is a Marozy
system, which is, this is one of the
line,
systems.
Yes, one
to
of the
take
main
on
lines.
D4.
It's frankly rather passive for black, but very solid. It's not easy to break through, and the theory is quite developed here. Yeah, Rook C1, and this endgame is supposed to be Rook Fc8, Bishop E2, A6. Black is threatening B5 already, Knight A4, takes, Knight D7, G4. It's all theory here. Rook CB8 is maybe a novelty or almost a novelty. I think before what Black was trying to do is to play F5 to try to counter-attack. I mean, because White's plan is to, Black's main idea in this position is to try to play B5 if possible. But if not, his position is very passive. And if White manages to stop it, then he just starts pushing his pawns on the king side, gaining space. So usually what everybody was doing in the 90s here is trying to play F5 and try to get some space on the king side. And actually the theory, there is still a long theory here. EFGF, H3, and a lot of still long line continues. Black is suffering, but actually quite often he manages to make a draw. But Rook CB8 is
straightforward playing B5. So
yeah,
White played Knight C3,
and now B5, Knight D5, very quickly. So I guess both are prepared.
Bishop D5.
Yeah, but frankly, Bishop D5, CD5, it is this pawn structure.
It looks a clear advantage for White.
Yeah, I mean this is not pleasant. A great pawn structure, at least, if we, by kind of classical standards. But maybe the idea after Knight D5 is to play BC4. I think this is an idea probably, because Bishop D5, CD5, most probably it means that the opening was a failure. But maybe B takes C4, Knight takes C7 check in F8, and this might
Knight C6?
Be... Yeah, it might work. Even Rook C8 probably is possible. I don't know, some exchange sacrifice CB, but in Rook C8, this looks like fair chances to liquidate everything for Black. Also, there are some C3 checks are coming, so I guess B takes C4 must be the move.
Well, probably B takes C4, Bishop C4.
Bishop takes C4, of course, is a serious option, but then it can
because Knight C7 and Knight D7 at the same time. Knight E7. And it's hard to defend against both.
Maybe Knight E5 is possible. It becomes pretty direct, this play. I'm not sure it works because you can.
I'm not sure I cannot take this.
Yeah, King F8, Bishop takes C6.
Or Knight C6.
Yeah, but I even
Yeah, then check on c4.
Even
But
bishop
here,
takes e6, I'm not quite sure, because if f is, then you have
Knight
knight
c6.
c6, and it then ending up simply extra pawn for nothing. So I guess bishop e6, king e7, bishop d5 seems to work also. No, he took on d5 and knight c5. Yeah, again, I mean, what can I say? It's a new era in chess, yeah?
Well, I guess bishop c5 takes bishop h6 check.
Bishop e5, yeah. That must be fine for black. I mean, that must
and
be
rook c8.
Quite drawish, yeah. Bishop gets to f4, d6. I mean, still still you have to suffer a bit, but probably it must be a draw because white cannot, then at some point a5, it's pretty, or bishop f4, bishop d6, good drawing chances. But the thing is, I mean, in general, the structure after knight c5, I mean, it's in general very dangerous for black. It's by all standards, of old-fashioned standards, it's not good, yeah, because simply white has two bishops, he continues to push h4 and so on. Black should organize his play very quickly with a5 before a4, otherwise it will be...
But I think that would be the next move. If, let's say, white goes h4, black would be going b4 immediately.
Yeah, but who knows, already here I can maybe take on c5, who knows?
Bishop c3.
But bishop c3, frankly, I think even rook c3 can be very unpleasant.
Don't tell me this.
Yes, I just always forget, yeah. bc, king e3, maybe. King c3, rook c8, I'm a bit...
Wow.
Yeah. Maybe king e3 takes and rook c1. I mean, the thing, or bishop c4. I mean, the thing is that if you get bishop on c4 and starts pushing pawns, it can get... I'm not also sure if you cannot play king e3 after bishop c3 check.
Vladimir, what would be if there would be a rule that you cannot sacrifice exchange? I have the feeling your strengths would be like 100 rating points less.
I think I have to make some psychoanalysis or something. There is something against rooks, in my childhood. Maybe,
it's like you have too many of them and you just want to get rid of it.
Or maybe I lost some painful game being exchanged up. I don't know. Something must have happened, But I mean, this, or even...
No, but they are always very interesting. But somehow you end up always having only one rook at the end.
But I mean, let's say yes. The question is h4. I'm not sure he will give up. I don't know what is the plan. Maybe a5 very quickly. But it looks extremely dubious for black. But again,
but then already bishop c5 is more powerful, I believe.
Yes, first of all, yes. I don't know. I mean, it's a new chess, new type of players, etc., etc. I would never ever go for this position with black. Never ever. Just
I would also
dot. I mean, because it's okay. If you don't manage something quick, it's just strategically bad.
Suffer for quite few hours.
I would even say, not only suffer, but also with a very little chance, to save it. I would say objectively, position strategically, it is bad. Only maybe if it works tactically, somehow very quick counterplay. But it's I'm not quite sure you can make something really special on the king side. So maybe it works, and there was a lot of computer analysis, and finally computers are holding it. But I would rather play e4, a6 than this. I mean, because it's an endgame, you're already strategically bad, strategically much worse, and you just hope to be in time with your counterplay. And if you're lucky, you will make a draw. I mean,
it's a very strange choice, I think.
Because even after f5 instead of rook cb8, it's actually, much more lively, and there is, at least less strategical danger. Here, the strategical danger, to my understanding, is huge. I mean, it's just huge. And so, but okay, we will see. I guess it's still preparation of Duda. I'm pretty sure about it. But it's a different type of mentality, because probably computers are showing that it's not so bad. And then some very direct lines which are holding somehow. And for for this generation, it's enough already to play. For me, not. For me, it's still not enough. But frankly, my feeling is that it must be much better for white anyway. I mean, I just don't.
What about rook c5? This way you don't want to sacrifice the exchange?
You got the virus, yeah, from me. Yeah, that way it's okay. It's a little too much, but of course also possible. But frankly, I mean, since I don't see what is black's next move, really.
Yeah, h4
I would
seems
just
to be
go h4. Yeah, just get in space, h5. I mean, yeah, very useful move, and because almost anything black can do, like a5 or b4, then already taken on c5 seems to be a much better even version. Yeah.
I'm very curious how it will unfold this game, because
maybe
it's
rook c, yeah, maybe rook
surprising
c8 he wants to play, but even
strategy
rook c2,
by
rook
black.
c1, yeah, I don't know. It's just well, what can I say? I mean, strange.
Let's go back to Fabiano's game, because we have a few moves, and actually what we were discussing before, that after bishop d3, knight f6 happened, and after castle bishop d6, and here we were analyzing h3 before. So it seems like black just wants to develop his pieces and have this structure.
Well, we can conclude that the opening was clearly a failure from the black side, yeah, because it's already clear that black is not in the book. I mean, he's playing on his own, so I guess Alireza have confused something in this line, in this real line, or maybe he didn't study it much. But okay, his position is still more or less fine. But first of all, white is objectively, I think, has a very nice plus. And secondly, yes, it's already a certain time advantage. And actually, Fabiano continues to play very quickly. Yeah, so he played knight a3.
Knight a3. Wow.
Very direct.
Interesting choice. Knight bd2 was the natural continuation.
Yeah, and I see he wants probably knight c2 and then knight e3 and knight f5, something like this, to drive the knight there. Or knight c4, knight e3. Yeah, that's what. So because bishop a3, ba3, of course, black would have a better pawn structure, but then the bishops are too strong. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure bishop a3 is so good. And otherwise, white wants to get his knight to e3. So black, again, conceptually, black must do something rather quickly, yeah, because if white manages to stabilize the center, it can get difficult for black. So I would say that maybe black's main strategical idea in this position is to play ed, cd, c5. Yeah, this.
Yes, but how to do that? Because for the moment,
that's a question.
E5
because there is always e5. I mean, so you need to be very careful with it. I mean, but maybe I would say a short castle probably then first.
And after e5?
No, I mean, no, first, I mean, without ed, yeah, like short castle, knight c4, bishop c7 probably, because for the moment pawn on e5 is not hanging, and then as soon as you can manage ed, cd, c5, let's say knight e3, yeah, this bishop takes f3, no, bishop h5 maybe. I like to keep this bishop for the moment. Yeah, and then at some point to try to well, bishop g6 for now maybe, and always to have in mind this ed, cd, c5 idea, because you have to fight with this.
By
center,
the way, what if here after knight c4, bishop c7, white goes h3?
Yeah, then to take on f3.
Or I'm not sure, maybe knight c4 was early, takes.
Yeah, let's say takes, and now, yes, now to try like b5 maybe, and then takes c5, something very direct, yeah? Maybe b5, knight e3, e takes d, cd, and maybe c5 already works. Also
You're
knight
not
c5.
Scared?
Knight c5 maybe is even good. Yeah, bishop takes c5 is my plan. But also knight c5 was probably good instead of c5. It seems to work.
Still knight f5, I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe knight f5 is dangerous. So maybe c5, something of this sort. Also bishop b6 maybe. I mean, something very direct.
Also, maybe instead of knight c4 to go h3 first.
Still, I would try to do the same. Take on f3, queen f3, take on d4 and c5, yeah. I mean, black needs it.
Yeah, because now if e5, then bishop e5.
Bishop takes e5. Yeah, unless you're not losing this knight, I don't think so. Yeah, like playing queen e3 here. d5, knight e5, queen e3, but then you have rook e8 and rook e1 check. Knight takes d3, rook d1, rook e8 is possible.
Not bad.
Rook takes d3. Queen a5 maybe.
Tactics.
Yes, so quite tactical here. But this might work for black, I mean in general, yeah. So I mean maybe c4
Okay.
also. So something very direct, yeah. I would say maybe after castles, knight c4, bishop c7, maybe white, castles, knight c4, bishop c7, maybe a move like bishop g5 looks very logical, yeah, here. To get bishop there and then knight to e3 next. I mean, this looks like a nice pin. I mean, yeah, h6, bishop h4, and then knight e3 at some point. We will see. But of course, there is a strategical danger in black's position. And so here we are still in the theory, that's for sure, because I've studied myself at some point this line.
So white played c3 here, and knight a5, bishop a2.
Well, actually c5, I'm not sure. I think that the main move is b takes a4, in fact, here. That was the position which is very strange. I mean, because you cannot really take back this pawn on a4. I mean, at least not soon. I think there was some Topalov game, Topalov with somebody. It's considered to be, well, sort of unclear. Knight bd2.
And d4.
Yes, maybe black goes c5 here, so it can also appear via c5, knight d2, ba. And some strange position. I think white was trying bishop b1, bishop c2 sometimes. If knight c4, probably knight b3 might come. Some very strange play. And complicated, pretty okay for black, if I remember well, according to the theory, but very strange position. So let's see how much time. Okay, Arian seems to be in the book. Well, Magnus is definitely in the book also, but
he has spent 25 minutes already.
Yes, it's like, you remember when we were talking about his game with Firouzja, I think he's choosing, because, for instance, instead of bishop a2, there is bishop c2 theoretical move also, which leads to another complicated type of position. So I think he's just choosing the lines, which he wants to play. So whether he wants to
don't you think that it can be the case that he likes to play this line with the black pieces so much and he's hesitating that, well, what should I do? Everything is good for black? Just played bishop g5.
Bishop g5. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he knows that black is doing more or less fine here, but at least, he wants a game. He wants a complicated game, and I think he's just trying to find the position which he thinks would give more chances for black to go wrong, so to say. I mean,
yes, to give points where black has to decide between different choices.
More as complicated strategically as possible. I think that is probably his plan now. I don't remember if bishop g5 was a theoretical move or not. Frankly, I don't remember. It's a kind of side line. It's quite a rare line, considered to be just playable, equal, complicated, and that's it. So usually white, when he wants to play, he wants to fight for advantage. They don't really go here because it's just a game,
Well, I guess black can always take on a4, but also bishop e6 seems to be a very logical move.
You don't have to hurry also. You can do it on next move as well, I mean, you can.
Well, the only thing probably white will be capturing on f6 and play bishop d5 to activate his bishop.
Yes, but as far as I know, in these positions, bishop d5, usually black is not worried about it, because let's say if you take bishop d5, black would go at some point rook b8, knight c6, knight e7. Yeah, I mean, this looks like a very unpleasant bishop, I mean, very dangerous bishop, but in fact is getting kicked out rather quickly in such situations. Usually, I mean, it doesn't usually bring so much. It's a possible way of playing. In general, black's position has a very, very solid base, yeah, and I always, quite liked it with black. I mean, I always felt comfortable in such positions because, I don't see so much potential for white. I mean, of course, in a long run, in a complicated long game, you can always outplay your opponent. But in general, let's say black can do many things and still be quite okay.
What do you think about this? If white would on b takes a4 take bishop d5?
Yeah, rook b8, and then maybe rook a4. Yeah,
rook a4. Yeah, I'm learning.
Okay, again, we cannot.
You never noticed it. You never noticed it that you sacrificed so many.
I mean, for me, it's so natural already that I don't even notice that it's an exchange sacrifice. No, that should be really dangerous. I think I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't take this exchange, and maybe rook takes b2, but it's also quite dangerous. Rook takes b2, knight bd2. And then queen a1 somewhere. I mean, I wouldn't already with pawn on c5. I mean, and bishop on g5. Maybe I wouldn't take already on a4. I mean, okay, if white goes knight d2 with a bishop on c1, then ba4 is one story. Here,
yeah, but I think it's interesting in openings that, for example, right now, right here, we are pointing out that if you want to play with ba4, then you cannot just play c5 and I will see what I'm doing next, right? Because this is the case that just one move ago, before c5, it was an alternative and an interesting alternative for black. So you have to know what kind of directions you want to go in your opening, because some moves just don't match with each other. So after c5, you're going to be combining bishop e6, you're going to be playing b4, you're going to play rook b8, I guess, possibly knight c6 back, but not ba4, right?
Probably, yeah, not ba4. I mean, I don't see absolutely anything wrong with the castle here, because, yeah, then maybe even you can play knight c6 next. I don't really see what is white's plan, because if knight bd2, first of all, already ba4 can be tried, but even if I just play knight bd2, knight c6, or rook b8, let's say knight c6, for example, it's quite difficult. I don't really, I mean, usually, I don't really see what is white's play, yeah, because very often black in these positions go b4 also. But next, let's say rook e1, rook b8, just make my useful moves, and then bishop e6 at some point. I don't see much, that bishop on g5 is so useful. And another very typical idea in these positions is knight e8, yeah, at some point. Knight e8, knight c7. Also very typical.
Knight h5 sometimes.
Yeah, on knight h5, yeah, to change this bishop. I like very much black's position. I mean, in general, of course, it's...
I have the feeling that Magnus also.
Yeah, I mean, I think bishop g5 is played in a slightly different situation. Maybe he had confused a bit something, because I saw it happening, bishop g5, but it was a little bit something different.
But usually you have it when your knight is on c3, so to have the d5 square for your knight. I mean, here also I think possible, but...
Yeah, but I mean, I would just castle without much hesitation, because, okay, maybe white will try to play like something like knight a3. That makes some sense, at least to try to stop, let's say castles, and maybe like a b, knight a3, or knight a3 immediately. Okay, after knight a3, already ba, of course, is possible.
Yeah.
Already possible, but white can try, yeah, ba4, and then still knight c4, something like this. I think they played like this, and takes, and then just maneuvering and slowly, keeping this pawn on a4, and slowly trying to regain this pawn. Knight d2, and just a game. Yeah, at least 9. I would. Yeah, it's perfectly playable for black, of course. But I wouldn't. Yeah, I would. I mean, I wouldn't mind also to play knight a3, probably rook b8, for example. Yeah. And then knight c6. Rook b8. B8.
Ah, sorry.
Yeah, because it's now b4 sometimes is coming. Let's say if knight c2, maybe I have b4 already. Or also ba. No, definitely ba I would play. Yeah. So ab will be played sooner or later. Let's say rook b8. No, I mean rook b8. AB probably.
What about knight c2?
Yes, knight c2. And now let's say I play simple chess. Of course, b4 is always an option here, but let's say I play very simple.
Bishop e6?
Bishop e6. This I'm a bit worried about bishop takes e6 and b4 maybe. Yeah. White can get a certain initiative here with b4. Somehow then it starts to look quite harmonious for white. Yeah, these positions bc, dc, and knight e3, it's supposed to be a bit dangerous, I mean, strategically for black. Yeah, queen e7, and yeah, I mean, that's what they played, queen c2, rook d1, and because e5 pawn is very weak, that is what usually black tries to avoid. I mean, in nowadays chess, yeah. But I mean, you could also just go knight c6 instead of bishop e6, yeah. Let's say just to ask white, okay, he will get his pieces to d5. I mean, he will try to get to d5, and then you just ask, okay, so what, yeah, something like that. So.
Even you can go knight g4 here, you know.
Yeah, knight g4 is a typical maneuver also, yeah. It's not much for white. I mean, it looks nice, bishop on a2 is active, and looks like white has his d5 square, but black can cover this d5 square, and bishop e7, knight e7, then you change, and you change, and it's very, very solid for black, very solid.
Okay, so after bishop g5, it's the first time really that Aronian started to think. Mm-hmm. And actually now he's thinking for nearly 15 minutes, I believe. And let's go back to see what has happened, because in the other two games, one move
Let's see maybe happened. Levon's game, yeah, because a move was played.
Bishop, he played g5, which is also...
Yeah, it's also possible. The same idea is just gaining space.
Gaining space. Bishop b2, which is a very typical move in these systems, and after rook c2 to go bishop a3.
Mm-hmm.
Probably bishop d4.
Bishop d4, maybe e5 will come at some point, yeah? I mean, a5 and e5. So bishop b2...
I want to make space for my king on e3.
Yes, I would say a5 probably. The bishop stands pretty well, of course, on a3, but still not clear if it's a big deal, yeah, because white has actually potential just direct attack with h4, h5, yeah, potentially. And after a4, he can always meet with rook b1, yeah, just to be safe there.
I thought to play rook b1 now.
Yeah, also possible. I mean, many options, yeah, after bishop b2, I guess rook c2, bishop a3, White can also play rook b1 immediately. Yeah, we will see, because I see
we have
some
Fiona
guests
here with us from the press room. Hi, Fiona, how are things over there?
Hello, Judit. Hello, Vladimir. Things are good here. It is round 8, and that means it's the round before the last rest day. I think a lot of the players, as well as the staff and everyone, and I guess you guys as well, looking forward to a little rest tomorrow before we reconvene for the last 2 rounds. And okay, I expect we'll see some more fighting chess today before said rest. Tomorrow there are no activities, no official activities planned, unlike the first day. But I heard there's some fun event here in the hotel. They will play some hand and brain, some of the players.
Can you tell us a little bit about yesterday's round, because we could not have Magnus with us in the press room because he with Fabiano had an incredible fight with quite a few hours, and he was very much on the end of the cliff, and it was very close that he could get in trouble. He couldn't make it to us and explain how it was, but how was it for him? What mood was he and Fabiano, for example, after that game?
So for those who haven't seen, I interviewed both. I did a quick interview with both Magnus and Fabiano. So for those wondering, you can find it on the Chess24 YouTube channel. Magnus, basically, I asked him would he join you, but I think his main feeling after the games, he was so tired. I mean, he was very, very tired. And we all know Magnus is in great shape and so much energy and so much fight, but I think the games yesterday really took a lot out of him. And he was, of course, the first to admit in the interview with me that, the first game he was pushed incredibly close to he was really on the ropes in the first game, but Fabiano also gave Magnus a lot of credit. He said, Magnus had to find so many precise moves, but that he found them all and what to do.
Well, maybe it also didn't help him that he gave that post on social media about the basketball match, right?
For sure. I think when I saw him, I thought, okay, surely this must be a contributing factor. But he was still in high spirits. We talked about the game today against Aronian Tari. He said he was going to show no mercy, and he said hopefully. But yeah, those were his words. No mercy for Aronian today.
Well, for Aronian, he's not having an easy tournament, but he gets a lot of lessons here in this event. And well, so far he's doing pretty well, and we are still in the opening, so we'll see how he will be.
Actually, Aronian Tari yesterday evening, he posted on Instagram, and I don't remember the exact quote. I will look it up when I come back in the second part, but it said something like, when you're going through hell, just keep going, some, motivational quote like this. And today it was very funny at the start of the round. His second, Yevgeny Romanov, always comes to the start of the round with him, and he was wearing a t-shirt that says, never give up.
That's a good one. We hear quite some noise behind you. Can you tell to our audience what is that?
That, Judit, I think you are going to get the translation quite soon. It is Magnus Carlsen who has entered the Confessional booth. So I can see it. Basically, since I'm right next to the TV2 studio, they are showing it more or less live, I think, in real time. But it was in Norwegian as always.
Yeah, and he's walking up and down right now. So is there anything else interesting running around the location?
Well, today was a big day here on site because it was the Norway Summit, which concluded just before the round. So that seemed to go well. The organizers are happy. I think for them it's a big relief. It's a very big event, of course, for them. So it's nice to have it over with and now to focus on the chess. But they said to me they are very happy with how it went. So it seemed like it was
What was it about? I guess quite a lot about this pandemic situation or something else. Or you don't know?
It's a good question. I'm not sure. I had lunch with Leonard, who was taking photos at the event. He said in previous years, all the speakers, it was almost all in English, but this year it was all in Norwegian. So we're more or less in the dark. But I saw, I think, something about green energies, but I think as usual, a lot of different topics, I guess, something about the pandemic as well. But yeah, so that's all for me on site. I thought maybe today I will bring one question to you from myself before I come back later in 1 hour. Like yesterday, I will come back with some questions from Twitter. So here's a message to you guys watching us. Send us your questions for Judit and for Vladimir. I will post a post on Twitter in a second, or you can use hashtag NorwayChess to send us your questions. And my question to you guys is, I would like to hear your predictions for the 3 games today.
Well, I would go in Magnus's game. I would go for a draw. Fabiano will win, and Levon, let's say he will also win.
Okay.
Yes, no, I mean, it's according to the positions. Yeah, you have to understand. It's, if I would be asked before the game,
I know, I understood. I'm coming
but
too late
looking
with
at
my
the positions, I believe that Magnus has absolutely no advantage, but in a position, but he has some in level. So I would still bet on his win, even if I quite like Black's position. And I think both Aronian and Caruana, they have quite a very kind of nice advantage already, in my opinion. So I would go with 3 white wins.
3 white wins. Wow. We will see.
But if you will ask us in 1 hour, it might change dramatically. You know.
Well, I can ask again. When I come back.
Yes. Please ask again, because there might be some developments by then.
And yeah, of course, Fabiano in the interview yesterday, he said that today is a huge game for him with the white pieces against Alireza. It's sort of, he didn't quite say the last chance to push, but he acknowledged that it's, of course, a huge game, only 2 rounds to go. So I will let you get back to the games. I will be back at 7 o'clock in just over 1 hour. And to all you people outside, send me your questions, your tweets, and I will choose the best one when I come back.
Thank you, Fiona.
Thank you so much. See you later.
See you. Well, just to let know what is the situation to our new viewers. Right now, the situation of the tournament is very hot. As Firouzja, the prodigy of 17 years old, he's leading the tournament. He took the lead already yesterday after day before yesterday after round 6. And now he kept his lead. So he's having 14.5 points. Magnus is just following him with 13.5 points. Levon Aronian 12. Fabiano Caruana with 11. And Duda and Ariane has no real chance to be in the very lead, but don't let yourself to be misled by the 14.5 and 13.5 point, because it's not a real 1 point ahead for Firouzja. Because if a classical game is won, then you score 3 points. If it's a draw and you win the Armageddon game, then the winner of the Armageddon gets 1.5 point, and the loser gets only 1 point. So the point system is quite tricky, so anything can be, and this is why also Fiona just mentioned that for Caruana, probably it's he said it, that it's a very crucial game, because he's not only can score 3 points immediately, but also that Firouzja, who is the leader, he will not be able to score a point. So he's if Caruana would win, even then he would not catch completely Firouzja, because he has 14.5 and he would have only 14. But of course, these last rounds counts always much more as the previous rounds. And of course, for Magnus Carlsen, everybody would think that he's playing against the player who is the weakest of the tournament, who has the less point. Actually, in classical game, he could make only 1 draw out of 7 games. So he's having a very hard time in this tournament, but learning a lot from this, and he's going to get out of this tournament with a lot of experience, which he will be able to use in the upcoming events. But for now, for sure, it's painful. But it's never easy to win against the player who is really doing very badly in the tournament, especially because he himself, for sure, he puts in all his energy and all his knowledge, and he's concentrated more than in any other game when he's playing against the world champion. So let's go back to the game. What we are having on the board, he just decided to go rook b8, which seems to be a very natural and reasonable move here.
And I think we have a translation, of the confessional. It is rather short, I would say, this time.
Okay, so let's see what we have. What Magnus said in the confessional booth just minutes ago in Norwegian, and we have a quick translation. I have tried to improvise a bit in the opening. I'm not sure how good bishop g5 is, because even though I get full control of some white squares in the center, if I capture his knight, it's typical in this position. It's typical in positions like this that it won't give a significant advantage. So if he at some point plays h6, I will just retreat bishop g5. Will be, maybe he will come back. It's not clear. Looks
I will
good.
just retreat, yeah.
Might retreat, kind of.
Dot,
move.
yeah. So bishop g5 will be, as I say in English, looks good, might retreat kind of move. Well, the first time maybe of the confessionals, I wouldn't fully agree with Magnus.
But it's clear that he was hesitating, as we saw it, that he was spending quite some time in the opening, like he was not sure which direction to take. And he decided this bishop g5, which seems to be that he's not so sure of himself that it was the best.
Yes, well, first of all, Magnus says that after h6 he will probably retreat, but there is nowhere really to retreat. So
I don't believe he's going
to start with. And secondly, bishop g5. Yeah, no, it is a plan, but yeah, I'm not big fan of this. In fact, I would be more than happy to be black here. I mean, I would even tell you strange things that I would choose black here if I would have to choose a color. I think he's completely fine in my opinion.
AB on board. Yeah, I think, black is completely fine.
Completely fine and very easy play, actually. If you have experience playing this position, so maybe, of course, there is a experience issue, yeah? No, of course, white is not where white has a perfectly fine position, no doubt about it, but what I think that even if it looks rather complicated, somehow, but in fact it is not too difficult to play it with black, yeah? You have simple moves here, knight c6, queen c7, bishop e6, sometimes b4, quite a simple play, in my opinion. But yeah, we'll see, maybe white can try to play d4 here.
Well, d4, what happens if just takes a knight c6?
Yeah, or very often also queen c7. Just black is just trying to play queen c7 as well. Yeah, take knight c6 also. Yeah. Still, maybe a little bit more accurate was instead of playing rook b8 to go knight c6, just to stop these ideas. But I don't know if it makes a big difference. Yeah. But
well, of course, in this system there are a lot of nuances to be. Has to happen in order to have a big advantage for either color, right? So if rook b8 was not the perfect move, maybe he's going to waste time, let's say with rook e8 and playing some moves which is not so precise, and then little by little it can get.
Of course, there is a strategic danger for black, and he needs to know very well what he is doing. So again, the question is if it's clear that Tari is out of book now. And the question, how deeply did he study, coming back to our previous conversation, this opening as a type of position structurally, yeah. And if not, then he might have a problem. But if you study this as a structure, there were so many very high-level games on this structure, yeah, of top players, of past and of present, that you can learn a lot just by studying those games. So let's see if he did his homework.
How was it for you when you developed opening? What is the process for you to learn it? Let's say you started with, when you started to go e4. What was the structure that you built up for yourself? What was the point where you said, I'm ready to go for it and ready to play it in sharp competitions?
Well, but that's maybe it's better to try to remember how was it when I was very young, when I was because of course when I started to play e4 already, it was after actually I became world champion.
Yes.
So I knew more or less already all the types of positions on. So for me it was more about studying very concrete variations, very forced variations. So it was more that than studying the types of position. But when I was 15 or something, then it was pretty much about not only analyzing it or learning the theory, but of course of studying the games of strong players. That's what I always advise to anyone who starts a new opening, is first of all is to select the games of very strong players and then to analyze them quietly, better maybe even without computer, just to understand, how the play is developing, in those openings, and only then to start to study it, move per move, because of course this general understanding is much more important than, of course, move per move everybody can study, and it's not so difficult nowadays with the computers, but understanding the main ideas of openings, especially such complicated ones like Ruy Lopez, that is essential. That is very important.
Yeah, I remember when I was switching from my King's Gambit repertoire to Ruy Lopez, I was looking lots of games by Karpov, and of course some of the other top players. Of course, when you see Spassky playing with black pieces, he was a great expert. Or when I was developing for myself, learning the King's Indian, I always love to see Gligorich game, Geller game, Kasparov, of course, and many others who were expert. And then you just feel the power of the strengths, how they win their games in the middle game, and then you just love it. And then when you start looking from move by move in the theory, you somehow feel that, well, maybe I'm late with my attack, but then you start to sense the differences, you feel it, that I will have enough time to attack or I will not have, because the other one will be faster. So the time issue, it's a very important part in chess, right? And this is how you can really get the feel for it if you see a game from the beginning until the end, how it went.
And
what is the process?
And anyway, nowadays, especially when you study a new opening, if it's more or less at least serious opening, you will see, so many games, thousands and thousands of games, on this opening, and you need certain navigation, and certain understanding of what games are important, which lines are you can consider to play and which you should not, because many games on almost every reasonable move had been played. This is the case usually with most of the lines. So you need first this general idea how to navigate the opening, because if you just start to randomly to analyze it, like every move played, doesn't make any sense. So, and for that you need a certain feel of the position. So that's my advice. In any case, it would be useful to study if you want to play Ruy Lopez with this structure. So many games of very strong players here. So I think that is necessary. Let's see if Ariane, he knows typical ideas of this position. Let's say that I think that Magnus now is thinking, I'm pretty sure he is considering to play d4, because now he has this opportunity. Maybe next move it will not be already possible,
because black will go knight c6.
Black might go knight c6 or some other move, maybe also. Then even c4 sometimes can be an idea for black. So now it's an option to play d4. Of course, with bishop on c2, that would be preferable. Bishop on a2 is not really standing well for d4, but it's maybe a tactical option here, just very, very direct, to try to attack the center, because if black, queen c7, I would say makes sense. Because cd, of course, is very logical as well.
So how is it, let's say, if we go c takes d4, knight c6, can black go knight c4, or this is something?
Knight c4, maybe, but you might lose the e5 pawn, then. Like bishop c4, bishop
so,
c4.
I go knight c6 back.
At least now I have a nice bishop on a2. First of all, d5, and then this knight on b4 might become, let's say d5, knight b4, bishop b1, Only that knight f takes d5 might come. But hard to say, because knight on b4 is very weak.
Maybe
yeah?
takes and queen b3.
Yeah, I'm not sure if black can manage to, yeah. There is a real problem with the knight, yeah? Knight e4, queen b3 or queen b3. Yeah, there has no squares where to go.
Yes, but in that case, then d5 maybe is not a bad move at all.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure about cd. I would prefer to keep my c5 pawn, because I like this idea of playing c4 one day. Yeah, to block the bishop somehow. But yes, it's. I mean, at least white managed to get this d4. I don't know how dangerous it is, but it is better than nothing. Yeah, so to say. So I would say, what would you play, Judith, with white here? Rook e1 simply? Or
Rook e1, queen e2 also possible.
trying to go knight f1 at some point and knight to d5, yeah, something like that, maybe. It might be actually pleasant for white. So maybe
b4 at some point.
Yes, I wouldn't probably react, yeah, so much on b4.
But in that case, black can simplify.
Yeah, no, it's of course makes sense, but still maybe knight f1. I mean, if my knight gets to b3, to e3, then this d5 is a very tasty square, yeah. So to say.
I don't know, what is this, let's say. I know
yeah,
this
that's
is
always kind of double edged. I mean, here it might not, might not work tactically. Let's say queen e2, knight b6, and then the idea very often I saw in such positions to play c4 and to kind of to block this bishop on b1. But it also creates lots of weaknesses. So it depends if you're in time. Yeah, knight e3, c4, knight d2 or something. I mean, not clear if you can manage to hold it, the position. Knight e3, c4, and some rook a5. I mean, it's quite dangerous for black tactically. If black manages to, to survive during next few moves, he will be fine. But it's not
rook
sure.
a8.
Even knight d5 maybe move.
Probably eventually knight d5 or knight
even
f5.
Knight d5, yeah. I mean, it's very dangerous.
Okay, let's see if he's going
Magnus, he just played rook e1. I don't know. I quite like d4, but because here now, yeah, I would very quickly, Well,
probably he just wants to go knight f1, knight e3. He wants to go the slow way.
But as knight e8, as we already discussed, or even h3, I mean, it doesn't bring that much knight on e3. Because, that's quite typical. If white bishop goes, then maybe knight c7. Quite a typical way to cover the d5 square. As all kind of rook a8 is usually quite useful. I mean, it's, very, very solid for black. I mean, at some point you will play bishop e6.
We'll see how...
Yeah, but I like more d4, frankly, but let's see. There is another option. Just to play h6 here.
Well, after h6, I think he just wants to take a knight.
I think he would take, but I take, because at least now all these d4 ideas are already not so dangerous. And now, first of all, there are some b4, but let's say knight c6, for example, quite a typical way of playing. Knight e3 and probably g6. Yeah, g6, bishop g7. As far as I understood, and as I understand such positions, they're considered to be very, very fine for black. Bishop g7, and then you'll play king h7, f5 as one of the options. Okay,
Aronian is a big expert.
Aronian played a lot of those. Yeah,
he always gives a great proportion of energetic moves and safety moves.
Yeah.
So if you want to start the Rai Lopez, take a look at Aronian's games.
That's true. By the way, yeah, he is a really very good Rui Lopez player, and his games are very educational if you want to play as black. I mean, this opening, and you want to see But of course, Magnus also is a fantastic Ruy Lopez player with black.
So why don't we say a few players which are the biggest experts? For example, if it's Grunfeld, obviously first person comes in mind to me is Svidler.
So Vashela Graf maybe also.
Yes, but...
Okay, Kasparov was probably not too bad also, to mention, because he played quite a lot of Grunfeld,
Still back in their match with Karpov. Oh, what the developments they made in the late 80s.
Yeah. Then King's Indian, you can study games of many players, but...
Rajabov is one of the experts?
Yeah, but from some level on it will not help, because the opening is very dubious anyway. I'm half joking, of course, but yeah.
You were one of the key person who wanted to kill that opening. I remember.
I just don't believe in it objectively, but of course it's playable. Yeah, it is definitely playable.
9b4 in the main line.
Yeah, but then of course Judit games. There were quite many good games you played, Judit. But in general also Gary, Gelfand. And so on. And for Ruy Lopez, I would say, if you want modern players, of course, I mean, if you look at the past, I would say Karpov as well. But I would, let's say from the modern players, definitely Carlsen, definitely, and Aronian. I mean, for sure, by far, in my opinion, the best. I mean, just to learn how to play in a very classical. Right way, how to
get the understanding of it.
I mean, they're very good.
Well, if you want to see some Rati and English, I would advise you quite a bit Vladimir's games.
Yes, but
from
it's
the older
the same
times.
Story like King's Indian. I mean,
don't even not to talk about even the Berlin. That actually has a lot of people who became pretty good in that, I must say.
Yeah.
But of course, the classics are yours.
I mean, also if you study Berlin, of course, you need to study the beginning of the variation, the classic games, and because now Berlin becomes a very, very even direct opening. There are lots of lines, it's lots of forced lines now in Berlin. You need to memorize, but still you need to understand these ideas in this in Berlin, especially in the end games. And I can tell you, it's very, very delicate. It's not easy at all. I mean, there are lots of, complicated things which even the big specialists, they still don't understand how to assess certain types of positions. So it's not that simple. But let's come back to... Yeah,
we have some interesting happenings. Actually, in this position, let's see what Aryan played. He played b4. He gave away some white squares like the c4 square after b4, but he wants to simplify open up the b5 problem.
No. Sorry, but no. I don't like it at all. Because
I also don't like it.
You give this
c4.
You give this c4 square. It's just knight on a5 is anyway not great. And I mean, no, I think he didn't do the homework. Sorry to tell. I mean, the homework was not properly done, because even knight c4 now, even if you change, I mean, you get a very comfortable, because usually white would anyway play knight f1, knight e3, even knight c4. It's the most simple kind of, I would even say primitive way of playing it, but even this is quite uncomfortable, because now all of a sudden all white pieces are very nicely placed, and he is probably ready for d4, or a line starts to be, no, I mean, to me b4 is a significant
position now.
Yeah, it's just not right. It's just not the way to play this position. I mean, that's my conclusion. I mean, because also bishop f6, bishop f6, bishop d5. I mean, given this c4 square for the knight, it's a very tasty square. Yeah, bishop d5. Maybe if knight c4 already, knight c6 already, knight c4 coming.
Rook a6.
Yeah, I mean, very, very nice play. I mean, this c4 square is very important in those positions. And why to give it for free? I mean, yeah, that's sorry to...
Well, once if white would be going d4, then he could exchange some pieces, but pawns.
That's true, but already after b5, after b4, white will not do this. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure white will not do this.
Okay, so there is a little inaccuracy for sure was made by Aryan, but we'll see how much Magnus will be able to highlight this in the game. And so this is the very sharp game which is starting to develop between Fabiano and Alireza.
Knight f5. So Fabiano is playing very, very direct, yeah? Just wants very...
Well, kind of he reached everything what was possible so far to be aiming for, I believe.
Yeah, but of course now it's critical. The center is critical. Yeah, if he manages to control everything in the center, he will be simply better. Yeah, I don't really see why he wouldn't. Yeah, because it doesn't look like the center is really in any danger. But still, Black has lots of tactical ideas how to fight with white center.
Let's say white goes queen e1, what do you do?
Yeah, queen e1, very typical, trying to go queen h4, yeah. Maybe
queen
black,
G3, queen h4, queen g3. Also possibility to move the knight, so I went out from the pin. Queen c2 was played.
Queen c2.
Queen c2.
No, of course it's just looking a bit strange, but probably it's a good move also, yeah.
In the other hand, what happens if black just simply starts opening up the position with it?
Yeah, ED, CD. Well, the idea, I understand probably the idea is after bishop f3 to have gf3. No, gf3 and to protect the h2 pawn.
I thought you just want to play rook.
That is also looking not bad, but I think his idea is gf, yeah? And then that's why queen c2 is that the pawn on h2 is protected. I guess so, yeah, I can guess.
You don't want to sacrifice such a pawn.
I mean, I wouldn't mind, but it looks so good here that I don't see why. I mean, it just looks pretty bad for black here. Yeah, I mean, because
bishop
e5, bishop f4, even c6, pawn is hanging.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look good at all. e5, whatever I want. Yeah, queen c6. I mean,
no, this is
well, black must try to do something else. Yeah, I would consider some kind of desperate moves like c5. I don't know. It's probably
but after
doesn't
c5,
work.
I have the feeling that white can capture the...
Yeah, and d and takes e5, yeah. But maybe I get some c4, like in Meran variations. Queen e5, bishop f4, or...
Rook f5.
Yeah, queen e6. And then, yeah, e5, c4, this typical bishop g6 now works, yeah. I mean, this can be already not that bad, yeah. I thought bishop f4 was your plan instead of e5.
Originally, that was my plan, but I saw rook f5 and I got tempted.
Yeah, but bishop f4 is quite good. Yeah, queen e6, e5, c4, and
well, actually, bishop takes is also possible.
Yeah, of course, at least. But I actually don't see after e5. Yeah, c4 and bishop f5 simply.
Queen check.
That is, and just king goes, and then h7 is hanging.
Yeah.
This doesn't look so good. Yeah, so queen c2. Yeah, actually the idea is probably white wants to take, and bishop f4 and e5.
Yeah, the main idea is to go out from the pin from h5 bishop. So what if bishop f3?
Maybe
is gf3?
Gf, yeah, I think the idea is gf, yeah.
Because if not gf, when the rook would be taking, I would think that black can go c5.
Yeah, it's possible, but gf just looks so good because also f4 is starting to be threatening, yeah, on top of everything. It just doesn't look good. I think maybe black must play bishop g6 here. It's not easy to find any other move, actually. At least like this already, this operation trying to take on d6, e5, I mean, is already not so dangerous.
Okay, so what about after all? I still take on d6 and I go bishop g5.
Yeah. True. Not easy to find. Yeah, rook e8, it's always useful, probably rook f e8, but I guess white will go rook e1, yeah, rook d1. I know rook e1, maybe I can take ed.
Take, yeah?
ed and e4 pawn might be But yeah, I'm not so sure also. But rook e1 is also... bishop takes f6 also is very unpleasant. That is quite annoying, yeah, because once you take with gf, sooner or later something will land on f5, yeah, I suspect. No, of course, white is better. I mean, no doubt about it. I mean, white is better here. Yeah, it's pretty sad opening, I would say, result for Firouzja here, because somehow he gave white a very nice advantage without, for free practically, yeah, so to say. So it
was again a very, very nice choice, practical choice by Fabiano, I must say.
Yeah, because in nowadays chess very often, especially as you with white, you need to have a right guess sometimes. Yeah, it's very, you need to analyze the games of your opponent and to feel where he might be not so well prepared. Yeah, and I think that probably Caruana, he has a quite deep feeling for it, and he analyzes his opponents very deeply. And I think he's very often he exactly chooses the right line. And this f3 is seemingly harmless, and but he exactly hit the 10 spot, the target, yeah. So, and it looks like, I mean, this position to get in Caro-Kann such a nice position after just the opening, I don't know, like 12 moves played. This is almost impossible nowadays against a top player, yeah, against strong player. But he managed. So let's see Levon's game. Yeah,
let's see Levon's game.
Yeah. So what is happening here?
Some regrouping happened
G5,
after G5,
yes,
bishop
okay.
B2,
Bishop D2, rook C2, bishop A3, rook B1. Yeah, that is very logical. A5, king D1.
King D1. Well, I guess it's just better standing on a white square. Do you think he wants to exchange bishops someday? Bishop C1?
I think that he actually wants to stop all counterplay. Yeah, I mean, that's, I think I understand now the idea of king d1, because now if a4, black would go b4, knight a6, bishop d2. And that's why he probably needed this d2 square.
Yeah, very nice idea.
I mean, I think that, so he's playing just, I mean, conceptually for, to stop black's counterplay, because he knows white is strategically better. Yeah, he just wants to, just to stop first, and then he will have his time of pushing the pawns. Yeah, and it's actually true. It's quite difficult to find a real counterplay for black. So knight a6 was played. Yeah, so bishop f1.
So will black play bishop c5 here?
Bishop c5 looks logical. I'm sure that the idea of Levon is to go bishop c1 probably. It's very Karpovian style play, yeah? I mean, Karpov, he liked a lot to play like this. So just to, first to prevent counterplay, just to, and then slowly, frankly, I also like to play like this pretty much. So, and it's, yeah, I quite like how he plays. I mean, I'm not sure it is the best way of playing, but I like the mentality behind it. Yeah, it's
well, it is very much a good practical way of thinking, that you try to protect against everything what your opponent wants to do.
Yeah, then, if you manage, that's a big deal, because if he doesn't manage, then it was a very slow and wrong way of doing it. Yeah, then you need to be, to go very deep in your, not even calculation, but in your vision of the situation, just to make sure that you will manage to stop this counterplay, which is not so obvious yet. Yeah.
Well, bishop c5 is one option. The other question is whether black can go knight b4, or does it make any sense? So the reason why bishop f1 was played, I guess, that white wants to move away with his rook. But maybe he will be actually going c7, because knight a2 is not possible yet.
Yeah.
Due to rook a1. So this is important.
But black has some ideas of a4. I think he wants to go to the second round, but frankly, even if I like the mentality of his play, but it's maybe a little bit too prophylactic, maybe. That's what I mean. Somehow,
But he
all his
thinks that
pieces
he has the time for it.
No, of course.
No, you know why? Because if he would go h4, then bishop c5 and bishop f2, maybe.
Yes,
or knight b4, and
b4,
somehow you don't have enough.
Yeah,
you don't have enough
squares,
space for the rook. So this
Still,
is why
I have a feeling he could have done a little better. But anyway, it's interesting. But it seems that if I would be black, I would be already here a little. I mean, less hopeless. I mean, because. For instance, I have certain ideas of e6, trying to play e6, trying to break through in the center at some point. Let's say if I play knight b4 now even, or knight b4 first, or e6 immediately, rook d2, or you want to go to c7, then a4 maybe, I'm not sure, because some a4.
And when I take, you take on a2.
Yeah, there is some play. I mean, it's kind of... I think Levon wants to go rook d2, I would say.
And what about taking on a4 here?
Let's say ba4, or ba4 you want to have the bishop on c4.
Bishop c4.
Then okay, then I would take with a rook maybe on a4 after ba.
Though maybe you can go rook c8 here.
Also rook c8. Yeah, you see there is some, I mean, if white manages, yeah, that would be very nice, but it's not so easy. I think he wants to play rook d2. That's my feeling. But his pieces are not very well coordinated now, so I'm not surprised. Wouldn't be surprised if black can get his counterplay here. Even e6 or this kind of play, I mean, it's a bit passive, the white pieces. So conceptually, he is doing it right, I think, Levon, but maybe, let's say, tactically, it might be too slow. But let's see what is Magnus's position. Yeah.
Yes, because after b4, what we were expecting, knight c4 has happened. Takes, black took, simplified, and played queen c7.
Yeah,
but
now
queen
it's of course
is
very comfortable for white. Very comfortable.
Well, the question is how much will he able to
knight d2, yeah,
knight d2. With the idea to go knight f1,
very unpleasant for white.
Knight e3, and eventually reaching out.
And then these white squares and all those open lines, a line, you still, it's a long suffering for black now. That's my feeling. No, Judit, what would you?
Well, also the pin now is there, so f6 knight cannot be moving away. Unless it moves away to d5.
Yeah, but then I was thinking about it, but bishop takes d5 and knight c4 still doesn't look like a dream for black.
What about bishop b5?
I will let you take on c4 and
let me suffer.
Slowly torture, entering on a line.
Thank you. I had enough of your torturing in this.
I mean, rook e2 maybe, yeah. Next rook a2. And you know, I won a game, very similar structure once against Sugirov a few years ago. Yeah, it's very, very unpleasant position because takes, rook a2, g3, king g2. You'd start slowly but surely enter on the king.
But what do you take with?
Because I would take with the bishop.
Rook a8.
Yeah, and then I have one rook a2.
Which one?
E8, just to get the line. Yeah.
Okay.
And this position is, to me, very difficult. Rook a2. And then this g3, h4, queen f3, f7.
Black also goes, let's say, g6.
Yeah, g3. Yeah, rook a6, queen a4. You start to penetrate there.
And eventually on f7 you...
Yeah, f7 is very weak, and then, yeah, rook b8, h4, queen a4, king g2, and then somehow very difficult. No, I mean, this, I think Magnus will be unstoppable in such positions.
He did not play knight d2. He played queen c2.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
He wanted to avoid this? Like, is he playing queen c2 to protect the c3, or because he wants to connect the rooks?
He wants to connect the rooks. Yeah, it's a possible move. I mean, maybe he just is trying to ask Black what is his next move, yeah? So in a way, it doesn't hurry with knight d2. So because maybe now the problem, Black's problem, that it's difficult to play a useful move like rook e8 because of queen a2, yeah, maybe. And that's why he just doesn't want to reveal fully his plan yet. And
what about bishop e6?
Yeah, bishop e6 maybe is the best option, but that is like long-term torture again, because knight d2, let's say, I suppose. Also takes queen a2 might be unpleasant, but let's say knight d2. And again, the knight is heading to d5.
Okay, so what about this?
Yeah, that is a good way of playing. I agree. Yeah, I would of course try to keep the bishop. Yeah, like bishop e3 maybe. Queen d7, yeah, something.
Queen a2. Or...
Yes, I can, or even I can wait for the... No, I mean, you are right. Yeah, that's probably the way for Black to play. Somehow to try to keep, but those positions...
But you know what? You know what? Actually, instead of knight e8, I may be going knight g4.
Yes, no, I'm thinking now that probably knight d2, he wants something else than knight d2. It might even be that he just wants to play this position, which can be very unpleasant as well, is to take on f6 and on e6, you know, this position. Bishop f6, bishop f6, bishop e6, f e6, and like rook a6, something like this.
I was sure about that. You're going to go rook a6.
And then queen a2, rook a1, and then just kind of also... It looks pretty, you know, sterilized, but...
Is it so bad?
It is very unpleasant still. Let's say queen a2, or I can also take... No, I take and queen a2 like this, maybe, yeah? This e6 pawn is a real problem.
And rook b1.
Yeah, rook b1, knight d2, knight c4, and g3, king g2. Very, very difficult position. Because this e6 is really weak, yeah, really weak. And the bishop on f6 is quite bad. Yeah? So it's simply worse without any counterplay, yeah. Let's see, yeah, of course the treatment of Black was far from great, because he needs, let's think what maybe can we switch the position to flip the board? I want to see if I look at it from the Black side, maybe it would not look so depressing. Sometimes it happens. So I need to find a plan for Black, because maybe bishop c6. But it's already clear Black has to come up with something unconventional, yeah, something a little maybe strange, but because the usual ways of playing it, I don't like at all. So I have to find the way. Yeah, I don't know. In general, I wouldn't be happy here.
To be from this side.
Yeah, I mean, maybe rook b6, rook b8, but it's to me clear Black is suffering, and it's forever. Yeah, it's just a question if he manages to find the way how to, you know, how to defend and at least prolong the game, because otherwise White's play is very simple. Yeah.
So let's say if you would have to play this against Magnus, what chances would you give for him?
To win?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe 60-40 maybe.
This is exactly what I thought.
Yeah, win a draw, win and draw. I mean, let's say 59, 39 and 2 that he blunders something and I win, yeah, that he blunders a piece. But in general, it's very high odds, you know, when you have draw and win like more than 50%. And even if I would be white myself against Magnus, I still believe I would have,
60-40.
No, not 60-40, less, but I mean, it will not be easy for him because its position is extremely unpleasant. Yeah. And it's, again, very easy to play with white. You know, I mean, you don't need brain. So, yeah, as we say sometimes, yeah, that in this position, you don't need much brain. Yeah.
Well, bishop b5 was played. I'm not sure if this is the best move, but do you mind if I change it back?
Yeah, I see you're suffering. Yeah, as me, you know, when looking at it from the black side, you know, I just cannot. It's so depressing.
It's better for my eyes to see it from this side.
So depressing. I guess now.
Knight d2.
Yeah, knight d2. Maybe at least this idea of like you rightly pointed out to try to get knight e8 somewhere.
Actually, maybe I go knight g4 here also. You know.
I mean, the problem of this position is that whatever you do, it will be worse. It's so far from being okay, from equality, that, you know, even white can allow many things and he still is better. Let's say bishop takes e7. Let's say I play in the most primitive possible way and it's still very unpleasant. Bishop takes b5. I mean, really primitive. Rook b5, knight c4. Knight f3 will be after queen h4. Yeah, rook b5, knight c4. Even this is very annoying because d6 pawn is very weak. Yeah, I'm just coming rook a6, and this d6 pawn is a real problem. And then entering on a line again, and even such a very primitive way of playing, but even this is very unpleasant for black. No, I mean the position is, and it's just one of the possible ways. I'm not sure it is the best one. I would seriously consider more of strategical kind of solution is just to take on f6, take on b5, and play knight d2, something like this. Yeah, I mean here, let's say even just taking on f6, just to try to leave the bishop. Yeah, I mean bishop takes f6.
But after bishop f6, I can go here.
Ah, yes, it's okay. Then I take first on b5. Doesn't matter. Yeah, let's say bishop b5, rook b5. Let's say I take on f6 and knight d2. So strategically, I want to put my knight on c4. You cannot allow it. If I get to d5, it will be really bad. And then knight to c4. And then again, I change one pair of rooks. I play g3, king g2, and then I start to enter on the A line.
This is exactly what's happening in the game.
Yeah. I mean, also, by the way, knight d2 is not necessary. You can even start immediately rook a6. But I think knight. Yeah.
I think he will go knight d2.
Yeah,
just to make sure to have your knight on c4, protecting b2.
Yeah, and also very annoyingly pressing the d6 pawn. Yeah, it's very unpleasant pressure on the pawn on d6. So black will have to. I don't even know how black will. I mean, of course, he will manage to defend. Yeah, knight d2 is played. He will manage to defend in some way that he doesn't lose his pawn immediately, but I don't see in the long term how black can actually successfully defend this position.
Well, we are witnessing actually a very interesting situation here, that exactly this is what happens when you don't understand the most or your opponent understands the middle game of the position, right, of this opening, because it's a structure question. Like, for example, it's also, I remember when I was analyzing different openings, you can also do this, that you're just taking off pieces in some middle game position, that, okay, if you would exchange this pair of pieces, or if I would exchange that pair of pieces, what is the situation with the same structure with few of the pieces left on the board? And these are the things which, if you don't understand, you can easily just say, okay, I just exchange one piece, I play bishop b5, and then let's simplify the position. But of course, it is not a simple simplification. Actually, few moves ago, it seemed like it was more or less equal. Contrary to now, it was just so-called simplification and exchange of pieces, but suddenly there is a huge advantage or potential advantage for white because, first of all, it's much easier to play it with white. Secondly, to have the knight on c4 will be a huge danger to have a very bad bishop, especially if knight d3, knight d5 will be reaching out there. And simply the d6 pawn is going to be very vulnerable in these positions from
yeah, and we can, for example, we can also add that if black would have a white square bishop here on e6 instead of f6, he would be just doing fine. It would be simply equal position, yeah. So the bishop is bad, and also this type of position, I don't know how computer assesses this. I can imagine that he is saying that white is better, but maybe, yeah, not like winning. But in a practical sense, like for human, it's an extremely difficult position. Yeah,
no, especially if the human is called Kramnik or Magnus Carlsen or Karpov.
But I can tell you, yeah, if you take two equal players of the equal strength here and let them play this position over high level, of course. I mean, I think black will maybe make, well, I would say 3 draws out of 10 games, maybe, in my opinion. Not more, because it is, and maybe computer can be misleading if he says 0-6 here or something, but it's in practical sense, it is almost a decisive advantage in my opinion. Because okay, white has clear plan, very clear moves next, and it's quite difficult to understand what black can actually do. So his first, if you are black here, the first what you have to do is at least to organize some defense, not to lose the d6 pawn quickly, which is also not a trivial task, yeah, because what white wants is knight c4, rook a6, g3, knight e3, knight d5, rook e1, queen a2, and then something will start to fall, f7 pawn. So it's now already a difficult task. It's just, let's say, to be able to, to find some plan, some regrouping your pieces, and at least to not to lose without any fight, yeah. Which is, even this is not a trivial thing to do. So let's maybe come back to, yes, to the Caruana Firouzja game. So yeah, as it usually happens in our stream, so the players, they think, and then finally they play the moves we are we are analyzing. Yeah, it's a usual story.
Bishop g6 happened.
Yeah, obviously bishop g5. It is exactly what we are looking at. Yeah.
We prepare our audience for the moves which are coming and be standing on the board. But we didn't look the move what happened with Duda.
Yeah.
Let's go there first.
So knight b4, rook d2, rook b7.
Rook b7. So black possibly wants to go rook c8.
Yes, and he wants to double on c line. The c line, yes, and it's
which actually makes a lot of sense, I must say.
Yeah, it was a little, to my taste, Levon got a bit too prophylactical. Yeah, too much prophylactics somehow. Maybe he has to play bishop h3. Yeah, he can try at least to
go more on prophylactic fields.
Yeah, but then also b5.
Rook c7. Yeah.
Yeah, rook c7, and then maybe having another bishop on d4, and then you sort of control, yeah, the situation, trying to play bishop g4, h4. It makes some sense.
Yes, maybe it's a must, because let's say if I would be playing h4, black goes rook c8, right?
Yeah.
And okay, I go bishop d4.
Now maybe rook c7 is already possible, trying to organize counterplay, yeah?
And with the idea takes?
With the idea, let's say, maybe check on c1 or rook c2, some very direct play, yeah? Because black is very active here. Yeah, rook c2, for instance.
Yeah, it seems like it can be a strong compensation.
Yeah, or even check and then rook h1. I mean, why black has a lot of
It's a good
activity.
question. What's happening if I just go bishop c6?
Bishop c6. Yes, okay, maybe, but in fact, rook c1 check I also like. Rook c1
By the
check.
way, bishop c4.
Yeah, rook c1 check I think is good, just to enter with all the pieces, yeah. And rook takes c1, rook takes c1 check. And black is very active, yeah, king e2. And now, yeah, knight c2 or something, yeah, just to start jumping with the pieces, yeah. Oh, rook h1, also another idea somewhere.
Yeah, black has great counterplay.
Black is covering all the squares. So I think, yeah, of course, it would be great for white to be in time to play h4, bishop h3.
Yes.
But it might not be in time simply by tempest, yeah. And
but
that's
it means
why,
that maybe bishop h3 is obliged.
Yeah, that's why maybe bishop h3 immediately.
But by the way, maybe white played bishop f1 in order to play bishop h3.
I guess so, yeah, I guess.
So he was prophylactic of prophylactic.
But still, now white can again go knight a6, trying to play bishop c5.
Going back.
I thought it was, yeah, again, too delicate, so to say, play. I'm sure that white could have done something much more, you know, much simpler to stop black's counterplay, because he's spending too much time, you know, stopping the counterplay, and it doesn't seem to me that he really stops it, yeah? I mean, let's say, yeah, or rook c7, knight a6, or immediate knight a6. Then again, bishop c5, because in this position, if I change one pair of bishops, if I change these bishops, black is perfectly fine. So
no,
white badly needs
rook c7 first, but
yeah, bishop d4,
and then knight a6.
Yeah, hard to say what is better. I mean, if you include it or not, I don't know. Yeah, but maybe bishop f1 back now in this style, you know. Yeah, but it's not easy for white, because also the problem is this rook on b1, which is quite out of play.
But where would it be standing better?
On c2.
On c2 now.
No, I mean changing rooks. No, but I think, yeah, if we can, just out of interest, if we come back to the beginning, yeah, I mean, after, let's say, the position before g5, I mean, it looks to me that white could have done, for instance, instead of g5, rook c2 could have been played, yeah? For instance.
Preventing bishop b2.
Yes, preventing, maybe trying to double the rooks, and after b4, I guess before, because what else? And now, for example, yeah, again, this sacrifice with, but I don't know if bishop c3 check is such a big deal, yeah? Such a big threat. Because let's say if I just put my bishop on c4, yeah, because it stands very well. King e2, yeah, very simple. And then I also want to play a4 sometimes now. And now, I mean, it seems like quite a simple way to prevent counterplay. And then you start pushing the pawns. Also, I think you have a strategical maybe threat, bishop takes c5, dc5, f4, which can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, why? Yeah, a5 even takes, and of course a4 looks very good also here. A5, a4 looks. Oh, takes, f4, and okay, it's only white who is playing. I mean, black has not much counterplay. A4, ab, and then white is pushing the center. Yeah. So I mean, rook c2. Maybe there was some. I don't know. Rook c2. Maybe a5 was an option to play rook c2, a5. Yeah, so maybe rook c2 was it's very, very natural move. a5. First of all, of course, now taking on c5 is already much better version, because b5 pawn is hanging. Yeah, I mean, this is already not clear if it's you know, if black can manage a draw, because it's already a second pawn hanging. and even some other moves also. I mean, Rook c2 was simple, good, and I don't know why it was not played, frankly. But okay.
Okay,
and very typical, by the way, also very, very typical.
Yes,
move.
and this is also very typical that the black is putting his bishop on a3. It looks like it's out of the game, but actually it paralyzes some moves on the right
Also,
side.
I know king d1, not quite sure about king d1, yeah? Somehow the king looks better somewhere on e1, f2, somewhere there, yeah? Or let's say bishop f1 here, yeah, I don't know why not, and then king e2 and bishop h3. Looks like it might be a couple of tempes, yeah?
No, but here we had this that...
so now Levon, he went f4, I can see. This position, no, I think he played f4 here.
Yes. f4, so what's the idea after rook c8?
Of course, it is a typical move, but rook c8, yeah, now it starts to be rather direct. So I guess bishop d4, I think, yeah, what else? Because rook c3 is quite...
So he wants to keep black's bishop on rook on b7, tied there, because...
But again, the question is if rook c7, I mean,
but
rook
bishop
c7 is very
b5.
logical. Maybe he just wants to play, yeah, but bishop b5 rather than f4 pawn can be weak a bit. Yeah, rook c1 check, let's say.
Maybe even knight c... Oh, no, knight c2, bishop b6.
I mean, a lot of counterplay, seemingly. Rook c1 check, rook takes c1, rook takes c1 check, king e2.
King e2.
And now some moves, let's say rook h1, maybe, again, this knight c2, of course, is possible. King f3, and I don't know, bishop c1, rook d1, you know, you have to start jumping
but
here
isn't it the pawn up?
It is, if you manage, of course, yeah, if it's, if you are in time, it will be, but black has activities for now. Rook d1.
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
Or bishop c3, I mean.
Bishop c3, knight d3, maybe I want, yeah. So maybe, okay, maybe I have to be a bit more, you know, more accurate there. But rook c1 check, I mean, maybe still knight c2, but it's a lot of play, yeah, for black. I mean, I'm sure black has some serious options here. And I think it's clear that, yeah, something went not exactly according to the plan for white. Even if he's still fine, but I'm already not sure if he really has an advantage. So let's see.
Well, also the question how white is progressing. Probably.
Yeah, that's another question. Yeah, but it's also long progress. Yeah, h4, h5. I still like rook c7 if it works. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work, but it looks like it can work. I mean, rook bc7. Still not sure. Bishop takes b5 because it seems like rook c1 check looks good to me because I need my rooks to get out, to get into the white's camp. So takes with a rook probably, and after king e2, let's say knight c2. Yeah, let's try to jump, to keep on jumping. Bishop c3.
Bishop c3, rook e1.
Rook e1, king d3.
Knight b4 back.
Knight b4 check. Probably is very drawish, yeah.
Well, king d4, but...
Bishop c1. I don't know, lots of... Now really a 4 pawn is... I don't know, yeah, okay, but lots of options for black, so let's see.
Okay, so after f4, black is thinking.
Black has lots of different options, yeah, obviously.
Let's see if what happened, because we have some moves in both of the other two games. After knight d2, black, Aronian played queen c6.
Queen a4, rook f8.
Against d5, I guess.
Yeah, knight c4.
Partly.
So, well, d5 must be tried. Yeah, I mean, okay.
Well,
I
probably
guess
after d5 there is some tactics.
Yes, I think, I guess it doesn't work. Okay. First of all, even knight a5 is maybe possible, yeah? Knight a5 followed by ed5, because after queen takes d5, there will be c4, yeah? I don't even say about knight a3, which is also pretty good, yeah? Knight a3 is very simple, yeah?
Yeah.
Rook b6, I just change queens and take the healthy pawn and basically...
C4.
Yes, and c4, and that would be the end of it, yeah? Rook d6, c4, and
well,
okay,
that's
just
not look good.
Yeah, and then
no, d5 is not possible to do here.
Yeah, but then if not possible, first of all, black is pinned, yeah.
Do you think knight a3 is a threat? Like, is it good to exchange the queens if it's possible from white side?
If I was
queen
white,
a6. Oh, queen a6.
Queen a6, yeah, queen a6 is a serious, but if I was white, okay, I would just first improve position of my pieces. First, I would play g3, you know, just not to get mated on the further rank, and then I would try not to exchange anything. And like it's like several steps. You try first to enter with piece and just to take the d6 pawn. Okay, if you will have to exchange a piece, then you exchange something. But for now, I think it's black who has to try to do their best to change something. Yes, so I wouldn't mind to exchange, because in any case, white has a big advantage. But
actually, black has a very difficult position now.
Very difficult, yeah, because again, first he needs to be sure that he will not lose quickly just because of d6 pawn will fall, and if not, then it's very likely he will lose slowly, yeah. So it's not a fantastic choice, yeah, for black.
No, it's getting more and more difficult for Ariane in this position.
Yeah.
I mean, if now Fiona comes back and asks me about the result.
Yes, somebody said it will be a draw, yeah? You're not so sure anymore, yeah? There is...
Not really. So let's see how Caruana is doing.
So bishop
here,
g5.
Because c5 has been played.
Yes, c5, I guess it's...
Which we discussed before.
It's a bit desperate, but yeah, it's just an attempt to create some play, yeah? Because otherwise white has two bishops center and he's just better, yeah? So c5...
But isn't it much better after bishop f6?
I don't know what Alireza has in mind. I guess he has some tactical idea in mind. Yeah. So GF, I suspect. Yeah.
Yeah, but GF.
I don't see other moves. Yeah, but maybe tactical. If d5 c4, you know, some very. He's right. He has to try to do it. I think simple bishop takes b5 looks not bad. Bishop takes b5, cd4, let's say cd4, ed4, and then probably just take on d7 and rook d1. But it's true that black has some saving chances here. Queen c6, then not so easy. I mean, okay, white will probably win pawn, but black can fight here. It looks like a decent drawing chance here. The thing is, I don't know if after c5, maybe white has something better, because here, okay, here black can really survive. So c5.
But okay, let's say, what about I take still, again, I try bishop f6 takes, I go d5.
Yes, it's just
and
c4.
After c4, I go back.
Yeah, but queen takes d5, I think, might work.
Oh. This is tricky.
Yeah, this might work. Yeah?
This is tricky.
So it's what I think also, yeah, I mean, this might work. If it works tactically, okay, maybe he has some drawing chance. It's a good try, I think, from Alireza. So we have Fiona with us, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Hi, Fiona.
Hello, I'm back. I'm back with some questions.
How are things going there?
Things are going well. Today is a very quiet day. It almost feels like the quiet before the storm or something, you know?
So actually, the Norway summit it's not organized in the hotel, or is
It
it?
is, but it finished before the round. So I think it finished around 3 or 4 long before the round started. And I guess most people have left already. There were some spectators at the start of the round, but now it's very quiet, and it almost feels like something is brewing. So hopefully only on the chessboard. But yeah, we shall find out. Who knows how much the standings are going to be toppled today? We will find out. Meanwhile, I have some questions for both of you. So the first one is from Robinov, and he's asking, what do Judit and Vladimir think of the format? Do they think the different scoring system changes how the players approach the tournament?
I felt it last year that the players were approaching differently the tournament, because I felt that sometimes some of the players did not necessarily mind to make a drawing classical, and then they played double or nothing. Actually, it was I think Grishchuk who I had the feeling that he went on to this direction. I don't feel it so much this year. I think they really battling it out all the games, and then, well, if they have to move on to Armageddon, they go with the flow.
What is your explanation, actually? Because we've had so many decisive games in the classical part. We've only had, now I'm not sure, 7 or 8 Armageddon games so far, which is an incredibly low percentage. So what is your explanation? Is it the field? Is it the fact the players haven't played for a while? Or
I think the boys are very happy over there, playing in a playing hall and playing a real chess tournament again after so many months.
Yes, and I also think that, it must be also connected with the fact that when you don't really know when is your next tournament, first of all, you don't have to save any energy. Even in nowadays strange time, the rating is not so important anymore, because, when players have several tournaments within a short period of time, like 2-3 months, first of all, they count rating, they maybe save some energy for the next tournaments. Now it's like, okay, who cares? After all, you will be for 5 or 10 more or less elo points for the next half year, because maybe they will not actually play offline, unfortunately, for quite some time after. So I think it's also, and there is absolutely no reason to save energy, So I think it's the main reason why they play. Okay, they take a lot of risk. They want just to play a full tournament because they're absolutely not sure when they will have a next tournament, and then it makes quite a lot of sense. To me, that is the main reason.
And what are your thoughts on the scoring system that is used here?
I can tell you, when I used to play chess professionally, actually for me it didn't matter at all, because you're a professional, you just play the best moves. I mean, normally when you are white, you are playing for a win against anyone, whatever is the scoring system. When you are black, okay, you are just playing, and okay, if you have a chance to win, you try. If not, okay, what can you do? So I don't think, for me at least, it was not affecting my play at all. I was still playing in the same way. And again, in this tiebreak system, well, you would still, I don't think that you would start to do something because you consider your chances higher or lower in Armageddon game. First of all, it's only one game and anything can happen. And secondly, so what? Even if you are not a favorite in Armageddon, but it doesn't mean you have to lose you have to take, too much risk and just lose in the main game. So I frankly don't think it changes that much. But what I really believe is that, that this decision to add only 1 second, which was approved by players, that was very strange to me. And I would not approve it for sure.
When it was actually, so I don't know if you have discussed this before, so this happened at the technical meeting and it was their suggestion. They thought that 3 players would favor black too much over white.
But I think it was not, because basically you can okay, you can play with time a little bit. Yeah, first of all, I don't think it would favor black too much, but you can add a bit time for white or remove from black. But the conceptual problem is that 1 second is just far too little. Sometimes you just cannot manage to make a move. And we saw how many, I think we had 2 or 3 already people losing on time. Yeah. And I'm actually praying, it didn't happen yet, but I'm really praying that it will not end in a style that, let's say, when both players has 1 second, some pieces starts to fall. Yeah. And I don't see any. Frankly, I'm very strongly, have very strong opinion that it made no sense. It just, I don't see why not to have 2 seconds. What does it change?
It was funny actually
Almost
because
doesn't change anything. Do you think black will? Black will have significantly higher chances if he has just 1 second more for the move. Not really, but at least you can avoid situations when you are losing, when you're just physically not in time to make a move. Yeah. So for me, I would say for sure vote against it. If I would be a player, I don't know what was the system. It was a majority or like everyone.
What happened? So originally it was supposed to be plus 3 seconds, and at the players' meeting, one player raised that he thought it was too big an advantage for black, because apparently black last year was doing very well already in the Armageddon, and they thought this 3 seconds would favor black even more. And then Magnus agreed, and Magnus said with 3 seconds, the problem is that you can build up quite a lot of time. And he said the point of this adding increment in Armageddon is just so that you can checkmate, let's say, in a completely winning position. So he said, for me, it would make more sense to add just 1 or 2 seconds. So he said 1 or 2. And then someone else said, okay, let's just do 1. And then everyone more or less agreed. So
first of all, 1 or 2 is big difference. Second, anyway, it's only added after move 40. Yeah. So, and third, I actually think that it's good if black has a little bit better chances, because you see, it means that the player who has black, he had defended as black in the regular chess game. Yeah. So basically, white has to be slightly punished. It's quite normal that white, because white can basically on this level can make a draw quickly, easily. Yes. So he has to be slightly punished to have slightly worse chances in a tiebreak. That is absolutely correct, in fact, because the black player, he has more difficult life in classical chess. Very logical that he has a slight advantage as black in tiebreak. Yeah. So. And it's a choice, of course, but I just find it strange. 1 second per move, it's really too little. Really too little.
I think anyway, with this new system, having the Armageddon in the first place, it's a lot of trial and error. I think in the first years, I think it takes some time for the organizers and for everyone involved to find the best system. I think, for example, this year, the scoring system has already been improved a lot over last year. So who knows, next year there might be,
it's not a problem of organizers, of course. It's definitely because it's a proposal of chess players, but for me, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not criticizing. I'm not playing there, but I don't see a point in it. I'm trying to catch the sense of it, and I don't catch the sense. Why to put yourself as players into very difficult conditions when you can have some kind of problems with clock, with players, some pieces can start to fall and you really have an issue or dispute. Why to do it on purpose, sort of, when you don't have to. So that was pretty strange, but okay, I just hope that during next 3 days there will not be a situation when because what I'm afraid more is when, let's say some pieces start to fall. And then you really have a dispute, you have an appeal committee and so on and so on. So
but
I just hope...
Vladimir, we had pieces flying around the table last year.
No, of course, it's inevitable in such situation, yes. But of course, everybody, sometimes it can get to a situation when it's not easy to solve. So I really pray, that it will not happen, yeah. But okay, anyway, it is as it is. So But the format is fine. I mean, it's fine. Why not? Just my absolutely only concern is this 1 second, which I find very strange, to put it mildly.
Well, Vlad, you predicted earlier 3 white wins, so let's hope that prediction comes true and we can avoid.
Yeah, no, I have quite significant changes in my mind. Yeah.
We'll talk about that in a second. Let's move on to the second tweet from Han Schut. And I thought this one was very interesting. I'm curious to hear thoughts. Are there openings that you would love to play if you were a club player, but are considered dubious at GM level? Like he's saying, for example, the Dragon. I'm not sure about King's Indian or Gambits like the Evans.
Me personally.
I think for both of you.
I would probably play King's Indian, I mean, definitely. But I wouldn't like to play, if I'm a club player, which means I'm playing, I guess, with players who are already prepared. Yeah, the problem of openings like Dragon that the person can just prepare, yeah. So I would like complicated, aggressive opening with a lot of combinations possible, but not too direct, yeah. That you can at least play. I think that's very important for a club, for a non-professional, is that you know that you feel the position, you will not be caught in the preparation and just lose, get mated like it can happen in Dragon. So I would say some Sicilian with black and King's Indian with, against d4. That would be my choice probably.
I think those are quite sensible openings. What about like the Evans Gambit? Would you play it as white if you were...
Evans Gambit? Yes, why not? I mean, why not? But again, you are active, you develop your initiative, and but it depends on the style. It depends on the style of a player. Yeah, some players they like positional game on the club level. Some they like something more aggressive. So it's very much dependent on.
What about you?
I don't know what kind of style would I be if I would be a club player. Yeah, I mean it's difficult for me to know. Yeah, I mean maybe I would be very positional and I would hate complicated game or I don't know.
Yeah, I think the question is more like, are there any of these, let's say, Gambit openings that you think, oh, it would be fun to play this, but I cannot play it because my opponents are too strong, but that you think, oh, it would be fun, but I cannot because they are too well prepared.
Again, it depends on what is fun for a player. I mean, one thing fun is if you want to win, it may be okay, but if you want just to enjoy a game of chess, I think for me always the main fun is to play a kind of decent opening, more or less decent, to have a logical, interesting game, yeah. And when you play a very dubious, almost I would say bad opening just to get some opening trap and and to win a game, it is fun. It is another type of fun, the fun to win a game, yeah. But it's not so much fun to play a game. Yeah? So that's why everybody has different type of joy from chess, yeah. Yes, Judit.
About having fun to win a game, I just want, before I answer, to give you notice that
there goes the prediction.
Young Christoph agreed to a draw. And we are going to be having a play of Armageddon with the time control, white having 10 minutes and black 7 in just about 15 minutes. Okay. And also before I answer, let me go, because things are happening very fast. So I don't want you to go away, Fiona, but I just want for our audience to show that things are actually happening in the meantime. Because after knight e5, everything was simplifying here.
That's what I thought would be the case. But bishop e5, c4, it seems to me that I think c4, yeah, I thought would be a logical move.
Yeah, c4 could be something...
Seems to me that black should be doing more or less okay here. I mean, probably white can still keep some advantage, but...
And bishop c4 is not possible, and bishop c6 because of check.
So I guess probably bishop d7, maybe trying to go bishop f5, but black has, I think, a very reasonable chances to save it. Yeah, or rook b8.
Or rook d8.
Rook b8, d8, yeah. I mean, of course, white is still trying, but yeah, this already something went slightly wrong for white, because I believe that this is already very close to a draw, in my opinion.
Think c4 is a very unpleasant move, which we are going to see shortly. Also, before I answer to you, Fiona, I want to just to jump a little bit for Magnus's game, because here also not much has happened, but I think it's important to say that how Magnus is playing this so beautifully, I believe. He's playing improving, making g3, black went queen c8, queen d1 coming back, g6, king g2, and he regrouped his queen from a4 to f3, which probably later on he's going to be playing h4,
yes,
doubling his
so
groups.
it's from two sides, and of course white's plan is to enter on a line slowly, yeah, and then so very typical play, knight e3, knight d5 is coming. So yeah, in such position, black has no counterplay, no plan, so there is absolutely no need to hurry. Yeah, so usually white is combining these threats, trying to enter on a line, probably doubling rooks, h4, sometimes g4, knight gets to d5, and somehow it will end most likely one of two scenarios, whether d6 pawn will fall, which is, and even more likely, black will get mated. It's my prediction. Finally, it will get to a mating attack, because he will get knight on h4, rook a7, then queen will go g4, and then he will probably get mated simply.
But until all
which is very difficult to. I mean, it's a risky prediction because nothing yet is close. But I think it will. Yeah, it will be a mating attack. That's my.
For rook b3, rook c1. But until all this happens, I answer to the question.
Yes.
That if I would be a club player, for sure I would choose an openings where things are very active. I wouldn't go for going for opening preparation too hard, where it's very sharp, very concrete. But I would definitely look for openings where I feel happy. The positions where I think that I just like my pieces, how they developed, and look at middle game situations, what kind of structure I like. And once I choose that, then I just fit the first few moves into that direction in opening and just enjoy the game. This is what I would do.
I fully agree. In fact, I actually like very much King's Indian in a style and a structure, because it's complicated, lots of very rich, but unfortunately playing it on the professional level, especially permanently, is just very difficult, because it's subjectively not an easy opening. But as a club player, King's Indian, no doubt, it would be my first choice. King's Indian, for sure, against d4, it will be King's Indian.
Well, actually, speaking of this, maybe we can switch to the last tweet that I had prepared, and we'll come back to number 3 if our producer can. So the last one, Judit, I think he's a countryman of yours, Harkani Gerger. I can't really pronounce it too well. And he's saying, I have a tournament in 2 weeks, and I have just started learning the King's Indian, and I don't feel I have enough knowledge on it to play in a classical tournament. So he wants to know from you guys, what should he play?
Well, if you prepared already, then somehow mentally you should be ready. Prepare your check your opening repertoire, what you prepared, and you should be going for it, because it means that maybe you will feel the same way even in 1 month's time, that you're not ready for it. And eventually you just have to go for it, and maybe even the first or second time you play, it can go wrong, but it's a learning process, and most likely the player will not lose in the opening if it's not on the highest level. So it's very clear that if you want to gain self-confidence, just really look at the top players, look at the classics. As I said in the previous, we were discussing this with Vladimir, the big guys who won beautiful games, Kasparov, Geller from the old guys, Gligoric, also check some of my games. I think it's very important to look middle games in the opening theory, and then you can really gain self-confidence. And it happened many times with me also, that I got a very suspicious position out of the opening, let's say against Korchnoi, who was a great expert from white side in the King's Indian. But the middle game is so complicated that if you know the ins and outs and the patterns, and you have a good feeling for the middle game, you can still recover and have a good game and successful result at the end. But for sure, your opponent will be making mistakes on the way.
Yeah, I have nothing to add. Absolutely agree. If you have started to study it already, you will never be fully ready in your mind. And also your assessment of how ready you are, it's not necessarily correspond to reality. You might feel you are not fully ready, but it will still be much more than your opponent. You never know this. So, once you start already to go into in one direction, okay, just continue, just give it a try. Yeah.
And then just very quickly, because I know things are heating up, a last tweet from Francisco Otero. He's saying to both Judit and GM Kramnik, what has been the chess concept you felt the most difficult to apply in your games when you were learning?
For me, it's very simple. In the beginning, the positional and strategical thinking, because I was so tactical and so concrete in my chess, and it worked. So I went even more to that direction, that I was very concrete and very straightforward for attacks. So it was the positional play, especially that the pawns never go back.
For me, maybe it was always, one of the most difficult things in chess, I always believe, is in defense to feel when you have to counterattack or when you have to wait with it and maybe to make a passive defense. Yeah, that is extremely difficult always. So that's why I would say that this feeling of the right moment, let's put it this way, the right moment to counterattack, that is a very, very difficult thing to master in chess.
Well, great. Thank you so much. Some very interesting answers, some interesting discussions. Before I go, I asked you for your predictions earlier. One of those games have ended in a draw. I think, Vladimir, you just predicted that you think Magnus will somehow start a checkmating attack and crash through. What about the Fabiano-Alireza game? And then Judith, your predictions as well.
Well, one we already failed both with Judit, yeah, the Aronian Duda game. So now I believe, Magnus will win that. I'm absolutely sure. Might in attack or something else. Okay, that is already my guess. Like, I want a bonus, slight bonus in case. But for sure, I'm sure he's going to win. And I think Firouzja would save it, in my opinion, because it's becoming. He has fair chances to save it. So I would already change my mind and say that probably he'll make a draw. Although it's like not 100% sure. But if I have to pick up some result, I would pick up a draw.
And what about you, Judith?
Well, it's very hard to argue with Vladimir's words, to be honest, because I also believe that Aryan will not be able to save himself in this for many different reasons. And Fabiano, I don't like when black plays c4, and seeing Alireza's form and position, I think I also believe it's the biggest chances that we are going to have an Armageddon game in that match.
Yeah, because also in this game, even c4 is not necessary. You can also play rook d8, you can take on e4. It's already becoming extremely difficult to, even if white manages to keep this pawn, it's extremely difficult to convert it, even if he manages. So,
but black is very active.
Yeah, very active.
This is what strong. I like from black.
Now bishop on g6 all of a sudden is already a strong piece. Okay, white is pawn up, but black has a control in the center, and I believe, it's very, very good chances for black to make a draw.
Right. Well, thank you so much for your predictions and for all your comments and answers. And I'm sure it will be an exciting end to the round. And enjoy your rest days, and I will see you after that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So when do we have the game?
You're just going to have it in 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes. So I see that Rezahi just took on e4, yeah?
Just took on e4.
Mm-hmm.
Just took on e4, so I believe queen f2 will be. Actually, it's on the board already, queen f2.
It's also an option just to put pawn on f5 and...
I don't know, for some reason I liked c4 very much from black side.
Yeah, but that's also very, very, very...
But now
solid,
the e4 bishop is very powerful. That's true.
Yeah, white will probably has rook e1. He has some small plus. Of course, he's a bit better, but the drawish tendencies are very high because it's very likely white cannot really manage not to exchange this bishop on e4. So yeah, rook d8 or something. So it will probably one day end up in some rook endgame, and maybe white will be nominally pawn up, but cannot really do
now
much
I
with
like it with white again. I don't know, for some reason I didn't like c4. That was my strong worry, because...
But even here, rook d6, I mean, so I think such as, I mean, you want rook g6, very, very healthy for black. I mean, very little in my opinion.
Well, the e5 queen is excellent.
It's thrown, bishop is thrown on e4, yeah, I mean, every piece is well placed. Okay, you can always play queen g3 check and get a little bit better endgame due to the fact that you have better pawn structure, but bishop e2,
no, but
bishop
that
e3.
I would not like. Let's say I go bishop c4.
Can I just go rook g6, for example?
Maybe after rook g6 I go bishop d3.
But you want to take on e4, yeah? Just
yes, and then if it would be my move, I would take and I would go queen f5, and I'm better.
Yes, probably, but I will. But it's my move, yeah. That's a big.
Well,
difference.
yeah. I mean,
Queen
for
d5.
now this is the rule. Yeah, now it's your move.
Queen d5, yeah. I would play.
And what stops me of taking it and
I
play
take
queen f5?
and I want queen a2. I want just queen, because otherwise I play f5. Yeah, and here I can take on a2, yeah. I mean, my experience shows that usually it leads to kind of sterilization. A lot of pawns starts to be exchanged, because otherwise I play f5, yeah. There will be some kind of exchange of all pawns, yeah. So rook a b8 was played.
Okay.
I guess, yeah, why not also rook a b8, bishop c4.
I don't like rook a b8.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because my bishop is badly placed on b5.
But from the point of view, if he anyway wants rook b6, rook g6, so maybe then it doesn't make a very big difference. Yeah, let's say bishop c4, rook b6. Yeah, or even rook b6, maybe somewhere. Yeah, doesn't matter. Probably anyway f5 will be next.
Maybe after rook b6.
I see kind of good enough for...
I don't know. What about rook d1?
Rook d1, well, I still go
d7.
f5. I try f5. Yeah, my plan is probably... Yes, but that's getting sort of dangerous a bit. Yeah, rook g6, I mean, it's quite double-edged, yeah? g3, h5 or something, you know. Yeah.
Queen f4.
Also risking something, yeah? Queen f4. Okay, I might still get queen g7 or something, if I want to be, you know, aggressive.
Actually, we have already the players... Aronian and Duda at the board, ready for the Armageddon.
So I think here, yeah, it's already very little for white in my opinion, but we will see. So let's follow the Armageddon. That's of course. So poor Levon, what was his performance so far in Armageddon? I think he lost. I think the Levon for the moment lost all 3 Armageddons he had played, isn't it?
I don't know of all, but 2 for sure.
I remember he lost 2 against Ali Reza, and he lost against Magnus also. And I can't really remember if he played any other Armageddon. I'm not sure. So I think for the moment, he lost 3 Armageddons. So he needs to win 1. At least,
in the meantime, I see that Ariane wants to exchange rooks. How would you do? Would you exchange? Or
with white, I don't know.
I would go rook a6 maybe.
Yeah, I would keep. I would probably keep, because I can always exchange rooks whenever I want. Yeah. I mean, I think that maybe Magnus is calculating some variations. I mean, trying to see some rook a8, but yes, rook a6 is perfectly fine. Black cannot really do much anyway, yeah. But yeah, exchanging is no bet also, yeah. It's but I think keeping rooks would be. I'm sure Magnus will not exchange rooks. That's my feeling.
And the game starts.
Okay.
The Armageddon game between Levon Aronian and Jan-Christophe Duda. So let's see what is going on. It's a French.
Yeah, very solid French. I guess knight bd7 will be played.
Black has 7 minutes in the beginning,
Knight
and
d7
white has
played
10
already,
minutes.
Yeah. Bishop d7, bishop c6.
Oh, such an old system. I remember
Yeah, I mean,
Emission playing against me and some others.
Yes, but it's a strange choice, because very strange choice for the Armageddon, because it's objectively not very funny. I mean, white is slightly better anyhow, and it's very easy play for white, you know. So,
But it's very difficult to progress. Eventually, bishop f3 and c6 will happen, and it's extremely difficult to crack.
that's true, but it's no fun, yeah, for black also, yeah, because also for black to equalize, because we shouldn't forget black has much less time, yeah, and also to equal. I don't know. To me, it's a very strange choice of a system, because almost no chance to equalize with
But
black.
isn't
Yeah.
g6 a strange setup?
It is a new way they're playing it nowadays. Yeah, I've noticed. I even played once this, and I won a very important game in classical chess.
Bishop a3, bishop a3, not allowing castle.
That is the way they play now. Yeah, that is still theory, Judit, strangely enough. And I think black is trying to play now some concrete variations, or bishop f8.
Bishop f8 will be the move.
And then back to g7. So let's see if...
yeah, what will be the... Of course,
yes,
bishop f8 is done.
And it's, yeah, just a nice...
Rook e1, king g7, I guess.
I would take on f3 as quickly as possible.
It's about time, yeah?
And c6,
Second
just
c6.
before white managed to get his knight away, and then c4, and then, yeah. Then
It's done.
It's done, yeah.
Your wish is there.
I guess h4, for example, h4, h5.
So now it's a big challenge for Aronian, how to crack this setup with pawn on c6 and e6. You can barely break through with d5 after c4.
c3.
Probably doubling on the e5 with the rook, or playing h4. Or
Well,
knight,
I don't know.
knight f4.
I don't know. There's so many interesting ways of playing it, but c3 is a bit
It's
strange,
not
but okay.
including.
Not including in any of it, but okay.
But
yeah,
okay,
it's
later
still-
on he will go c4. I
Yeah,
think.
but but it was possible to do it straight away. Yeah.
But 10 piece doesn't count in Armageddon.
I quite liked h4, the h4, h5. I quite
But
like
it's very
because-
surprising that white is thinking quite a lot. He's down to almost 7 minutes, while black is playing very fast. He just spent 30 seconds.
Yes, it is quite strange for Levon that that he's spending some time, and somehow he's choosing very solid way of playing. I mean, it looked like with a king on f8 and so on, with the advantage in space, I would try to be more aggressive, yeah, somehow, because now black just needs to get his rooks in the center, and it will be in very little for white, yeah. I mean, now you can say rook e8 is logical. Rook d8, more or less that black had I would say the opening choice of black was successful. That is my conclusion. And it's...
Well, this is what he had in mind, I guess, that he wants to get this not so active position, but very difficult to crack after having his pawns on c6, e6, g6.
True, but I think to me it looks like Levon a little bit, he cannot really find a plan. Yeah, I mean, maybe he's
Okay,
he's not,
this was expected.
Yes, but it's not good. I can assure you, it's not good. I don't like it at all. I mean, it's not the right plan. Yeah,
F4?
F4 square and so on. Yeah, I mean, he's not experienced in this type of positions, and because Levon in general is a d4 player. Yeah, and is like doing things wrong simply. Yeah.
Well, again, we are witnessing a game where, because the player is not so familiar with the details of the middle game, right, of the position, he's making not the best setup for his pieces and also losing tempis. Of course, it's an Armageddon game, so we shouldn't analyze it so deeply. But I think it's, again, an example for amateur players to understand that how important it is and how much more important it can be to understand well the middle game importance, piece setup, pawn structure, and ideas.
Yeah, the important kind of typical ideas, because there were quite few things which people usually don't do, experience in these structures they don't do. Yeah, and Levon was making now, of course, queen takes g3. Yeah, knight takes
very hard to imagine that this can be won by white.
I mean, black is perfectly fine. For example, even e5 is okay. I mean, if you want to...
I was thinking even g5. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, anything. But let's say I can imagine that, of course, black player in such situation, he wants to make something very, simple, straightforward. And if you want e5, seems to be... Yeah, h6 is another idea. e5, rook d1 maybe was the plan, yeah? But then I thought maybe rook ed8 would be very drawish. But h6 is a good move also.
Yeah.
Because now you can, now you are slowly preparing e5, c5, rook d8. I mean, black is just doing fine, and now very simple play for black. Yeah, no.
Well, white's play was powerless.
Yeah, it was very. Yeah, I mean, the knight f6. I'm not sure it's where it belongs, but it's still okay. Probably white will get his bishop on f3.
And still, what can he do?
Yeah, that's a problem. It's very difficult to...
f4.
Yes, to have bishop on f3, but black will start to double probably on d line. And maybe have once white doubles, probably he will have to double also to protect this pawn. Then maybe very typical idea for black is to get his knight to e7 in such positions. So let's say rook d8, rook d6.
What white can do if after rook d8, rook d3, black is not doing anything special, just waits with rook d7?
Yeah, that's a big question, of course. Yeah, I would just in case maybe then put my pawn on g5 with black and knight on e7, and then I'm just asking you, please make moves.
Yeah, after g5, maybe rook e5 would be.
No, I mean first rook d8, rook d3, of course. I mean first now I would go rook d8, obviously, yes, to force rook d3. And then you just, you pawn on g5, not necessary, but possible. But usually Karpov was usually trying to get the knight to e7 in such positions. Let's say, knight to e7, king to f6, and then you just stay, and it's like no plan for white whatsoever. I mean,
and rook a8 on the board.
Yeah, now on Karpov, I know, knight g8 would be played immediately. I mean, that is Karpov style, but I'm not sure if Jan Christoph knows this plan, if he has studied enough games of Karpov. If he did, he would have gone knight g8 in a second.
I remember when I was a kid, I was very surprised on these kind of moves. As I was an attacker and I was always wanted to go ahead with my pieces, I was shocked. Wow, knight g8 and knight e7, what a regrouping. And it took me quite some time until I understood and appreciated these plans.
Yeah, b6, of course,
there was no need for it.
Yeah, there was no. I mean, he wants some direct play like in e3, c5, I guess, but you can lose like this. I mean, you see this lack of typical knowledge of typical maneuvers. I mean, knight g8, but this you can already lose. I mean, because I take on c5, you exchange everything, I play a3, king c3, b4, and I understand it's a draw, but why to risk? Yeah, why to risk when you are just doing so well, yeah? Of course, it's objectively quite drawish, but yeah, you see, it's a lack of. I mean, of course, no, I don't say he's playing fine and he will manage his draw, but.
But anyway, probably white would have played, even if black would go knight g8, knight e7, white would have been going a3, b4. And
then, I mean, I take, and I mean, there is practically no way because you're pinned with this defense of d4 pawn, yeah? Also, I always have AB, b5 idea very often.
That's true.
I mean, it's just Karpov, knight to e7 and just, and stays, and nothing white can do, absolutely, yeah? Even black has some tactical ideas. For example, with king on e3, I have some h5, gh, knight f5 check. Yeah? I mean, of course, what Jan Christoph did is fine. Is perfectly fine. CB or whatever. I mean, it's perfectly fine. But you see, he's spending lots of time now.
He did spend.
Yeah, but he wants to make a draw by force. I mean, very typical mistake of.
And actually, it's getting dangerous a little bit.
Yeah, it's getting. I mean, very typical mistake of. Young players is trying to force a draw when they're just not worth really. Yeah, I mean, of course, it must be still a draw, but he's already on the defensive side with absolutely no need. Yeah. Okay, it must be a draw, but it's becoming,
Well, probably c5 and takes with the king.
Yeah, king c7. He wants to be in time for knight d7 check. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, maybe just, but king e5 now. King e5 looks.
King e7.
King e7, and then because bishop c6, g4 is hanging, yeah. It's a delicate position. You start to be.
But maybe king e5, king e7, c5.
Yeah, you can also play c5 straight away here, yeah. Because king, yeah.
But then maybe takes and king c7.
Takes, king c5, king c7. Yeah, and king d4. Yeah, it's difficult. Yeah, probably it's holding. Yeah.
Of course, it's very difficult to win with white.
Yeah, very difficult. But it's already clear that black is kind of, on the edge, sort of. Of course, he still holds, but he can already lose. There was absolutely no need for it. But maybe it's still. I mean, for sure, it's still a draw. But maybe white can.
Spending time.
Yeah, because he understands he needs to find up with some. He needs to come up with some very nice, trap or idea how to pose problems. Yeah, that's maybe an idea. Not a big deal. No, this is not good. Knight d7 check, king d4, king d6, and then e5, knight f6 or something. I mean, that is absolutely
white can also go wrong.
Yeah, but he doesn't mind, of course, already, Levon.
Yeah.
But knight d7, king d6 is just black is actually not worse at all here already.
But he has to make king d6. After that, probably there is not much chance.
I'm not sure that it was the only way. I mean, but
it was a very safe way.
Yeah, it's a safe bishop somewhere. Yeah, that's a kind of chance trying to go. But e5, king e4, e5, king e4. Yeah, that's a problem that he actually. Yeah, if he had. Yeah, he doesn't have this check. Yeah.
Maybe king d6 was not so good.
Why e5 and king e6?
King e4,
king e6. That's a problem. Yeah, that if he would have check here, then.
But maybe you know what? Maybe instead of bishop d1, bishop a8 was the move.
A8.
Yeah.
Yeah, or b7, yeah?
B7. Or b7, yeah, to go far away.
But then knight f6 comes, yeah, then the pawn is...
But then e5, c5 first, takes, and bishop f3 back.
Yeah, that maybe could have been a chance. Although, of course, it's now knight f6 and...
Hard to imagine that white
yes,
no,
he needs to get... Yeah, there's no chance, basically.
Black has only 45 seconds, below a minute. But
here it's already difficult to go wrong, yeah?
Well, knight f6, king f3, white goes bishop e4. It's hard to imagine what can go wrong with black, but maybe...
only time maybe can be an issue.
Well,
I don't see any
36 seconds.
Actually,
but
h5
time is an important
possible.
factor.
Yeah.
Probably white will go king d3, king c3.
Yeah, but black has h5 in the right moment also, and then to change another pawn, and it's
King d3.
basically mission is impossible, of course, for white. But king c3. Okay, yeah, but of course, the only chance for Levon is to play very fast now, just to play fast and to try to pretend, yeah. So to
but
say.
He has to act that he wants something.
Yeah, there is actually no plan. Yeah, I can see a plan going via b3 to a4, but then e pawn will promote. Yeah.
Okay, bishop e4. He'll regroup bishop to f3 again.
f3 and yes. So then at least e4 of course is very simple draw. e4 and king e5 is very simple.
Knight d7 now. Bishop a8.
Bishop b7.
I would go bishop a8.
Yeah.
King e6 for this moment. c5. c5. No, sorry.
c5 is a but yes, at some 20 seconds you see it's.
Well, it's all about time. It's all about time.
Hard to imagine what is. I think Levon should try to go king c3, king b3, king a4, and put bishop on e2. But then
and
he will
finally
lose.
The bishop b7 move.
But after knight f6, I don't see a chance.
Bishop c8. Bishop
and
f5.
h5 or stay or even h5. I mean, I think for black would be very useful to play h5.
And now,
just in case. He can also stay. Yeah?
Below 40 seconds. Black has 15 seconds.
Yeah, he needs to play king b3. Yeah, you see he's playing h5, which makes a lot of sense to change another pawn. Yeah, I don't see a slightest chance for white.
Well, it seems like Duda, after winning against Magnus, he started to have a new tournament kind of, and he's scoring
points. Yeah, but also very
round.
strange for Levon. He's a very strong blitz player and so on, and then to lose 4 tiebreaks already, that is.
And he's going down 10 seconds.
Yes, but there is no plan actually. No idea.
Yeah, I think. Well, he has 5 seconds.
E4 is good enough, of course. Yeah.
And you know what? We're going. During this time, Magnus has visited the confessional booth again. But here is some problem. Wow. Is there anything happening here? 4 seconds to go. 3, 2. Uh-oh.
Okay, some ideas.
3 against 3 seconds. Oh, wow. What is going on?
No, but now it's
flagging. There is nothing to do.
Yeah.
And Duda won the match. He scored 1.5 points in this match, while Aronian only 1 point. So in the classical game, it was a draw, which was actually quite surprising for me that they made a draw in the classical game, I must say.
I mean, yes, I think today probably Levon was tired after yesterday's. I mean, I don't know, but today it seems that he was not in shape. Yeah, I mean, his play was kind of uninspired, not typical for him because usually he is very rich, having lots of ideas in his playing. Today it was, in both games, it didn't show much.
Let me read what we have. We got a translation, and Magnus visited the confessional booth again. I have gotten a pretty clear positional advantage. The question is how to get more out of it. The ideal for me now would be to get the knight from e3 to d5. Well, he's pretty near to that challenge where it will be joining the attack. The question then is, if he plays rook b3, possibly he already did. So it was few moves ago, I guess. Or now he played rook c7, so he was expecting rook b3 here. Plays rook b3, possibly he already did that while I'm here bumbling. But that's something else. But my idea is to play knight e3, rook c3, knight d5, rook b3, rook a8.
Let's check where was it?
Where was it? I don't know. At some point, he must have something.
Yeah, somewhere here. Rook b3. Yeah, I guess something somewhere before that.
Yeah, maybe instead of h5.
Yeah,
I have
maybe,
the feeling,
maybe.
Yeah, because that's how it goes. No, if instead of h5, rook b3, knight e3, rook c3, knight d5, rook b3, rook a8. So the idea with rook e8 is to threaten rook e8 to trap his queen due to the fork on f6. So let me show to our audience.
That's logical. King g7 and then probably knight c7.
Okay, so he's claiming that after rook b3, his plan was probably to take, knight d5, rook b3, rook a8, with an idea, if let's say I just make a stupid move, then Magnus says to trap with rook e8. So the idea after rook a8 is to threaten rook e8. I think he has to play king g7. I may be able to play g4 with the idea g5 and queen f6, for example. h6, I will play h4. So in this position, Magnus claims that after king g7,
to me it looks like knight c7 just wins, no?
Here, and he wanted g5.
Maybe, but why not just knight c7? Yeah.
Against h5, I may be able to capture, but also h3 may be possible. As far as I have calculated, I will be winning, but we will see. It's possible he will be doing something else.
Yeah, I mean, conceptually it's right, yeah, but maybe I have a feeling knight c7 is a win, but okay, anyway, yeah.
But okay,
anyway,
so
it's
after
not on the board.
h5 was played, rook a8 was allowed, king g7,
knight gets to d5, yes.
And black is playing very passively, but for now, black
rook a7, rook b8.
Of course, rook a7. What else? Of course,
b8.
Rook b8. And actually, white improved his position again.
I mean, it's, no.
White still has to win.
No, very simple. h3, g4, g5, queen f6. I mean, there is no absolute, I mean, unless maybe there is even tactical solution, but basically just getting your g4, and black cannot even maybe move his rook too far because knight c7 maybe. No, it is just.
Well, he can go away, but what is he doing, right?
Yeah, I think just the most logical plan is to go g4. Okay, let's say hg, and I don't see how can you stop g5. And
yeah, that's what you said, that Magnus will be giving mate.
yeah, I mean, it's just total stalemate position for black. Yeah?
I think it's an amazing, beautiful lesson to everybody, how dangerous it can be when it's symmetrical. Everybody has no material advantage, no nothing like that. But how Magnus is maneuvering with his rook and knight and queen, and eventually gives the final blow with h3.
Everything is predicted, yeah. I mean, entering on a line, knight to d5, and finally starting to give mate. Yeah, and so it was all what we have predicted. Yeah, the plan, how it's going to.
We wrote the script.
Yeah, and Magnus is just quietly, accurately, and precisely delivering the job. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, well, we are seeing
no defense for black. Yeah.
We are seeing a typical example of when a very strong player, someone is much stronger in understanding than his opponent. Because this was the case, right? That I think we have our winner, Duda. Hello, congratulations.
Hello. Thank you very much.
We are having you for the first time, or I have second time because I was not here. Yeah, the big day. Well, let me congratulate you for your victory against Magnus the other day. I was away.
Yeah,
and what can you say about your game today? About your opening choice? How come that you choose this opening?
Yeah, I was actually praying that he wouldn't go for e4 in the first move because I didn't have any idea. I wanted to play Znedorf against anybody, but somehow I disliked the fact that Levon only plays this bishop e3, f3 English attack, and I wasn't really willing to go into these lines. Yeah, so I cooked up something a bit random, but yeah, I had this idea in store. I mean, for some time, rook cb8. Yeah, but I didn't remember the details. So yeah, that's the idea. I mean, to play b5 as quick as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it would be worse if he, didn't allow me to play. If he would have played something else, like bishop d3, for example, and or I don't know, g4 first descent of bishop e2, because then I hadn't anything concrete in
At
mind.
which point?
Okay, I mean, okay, this is obviously a theory, yeah, my line, but I mean, if instead he
after knight
have
c5,
done something else,
yeah?
No, I mean earlier on, okay, here it's okay. I was having, something, yeah, but if he, would have played something else, like bishop d3 in the opening, for example, knight e2, or some other line in this Marozy structure, then it would be much worse, I believe.
But this line, this position, you think it's okay for black?
Yeah, sometime back when I analyzed it, it was okay. It looked pretty much okay for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as I said, I don't really remember details.
But what was the plan if white, let's say, just stops bishop b2, like playing rook c2? What
okay, I asked him before is the
you want
idea.
to play b4, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, and let's say if I even take immediately on c5.
Yeah, d takes c5, I guess, no?
Yeah,
F4. Bishop e5, g5 or something.
No, f4, of course, I will not let, yeah?
Okay. And
I mean,
I have to play, I don't know, bishop d4 or bishop c3 check. Okay, bishop c3 check, maybe then exchange sacrifice, no?
Yeah, even exchange sacrifice, I thought.
Yeah, okay, maybe bishop d4 is better then, and I don't know, some a5.
h4, bishop is c4.
Yeah, obviously, it's for two results only. Black can't possibly win this ever, in this line, so yeah.
Yeah, because it looks quite kind of typical and typically dangerous, yeah?
Yeah, typically worse, obviously. Yeah.
But anyway, it worked, yeah, because at some point it seems that black had quite a lot of counterplay, yeah?
Yeah, okay, here a5, a4 is obviously the idea, and I'm quick enough, I believe. Yeah, but at some point I didn't quite like my position, to be honest, later on, I didn't know. Okay, this king d1 is very sophisticated, but okay, he doesn't allow me to play a4, and yeah. Okay, here bishop c5, I assume he wanted to play bishop c1, yeah? So that he can play a3 later on and block the queen side. I don't know, maybe bishop d4 and a3, something like this. I don't know, it's the different setup, yeah, for black.
Yeah, but it looks like black has some counter chances.
So how did you feel in this position? Were you optimistic that you're okay, or you had some worries?
Yeah, I had some worries, to be honest, because okay, I didn't know what to do after bishop d4. I don't know here, because okay, he wants to play, I don't know, bishop d4, h4, h5, or f4, rook c8, and then okay, and here bishop h3, for example, rook c7, no, bishop g4 or f4 maybe f4 is better, I don't know. Okay, I'm quite stuck, yeah, and I don't know how to.
Maybe knight a6, yes.
Yeah, knight a6. Yeah, obviously the thing is that if white, can keep his dark square bishop, then he has, quite a good chance to have something. But when I exchange it, then it should be okay for me, I believe.
So actually, what has happened? He played f4 and offered a draw.
Okay, we repeated positions 3 times.
It was this repetition, knight a6, rook c2.
Okay, I didn't expect it, to be honest, and I was obviously kind of happy with it. Yeah.
And what did he say after the game? He didn't want to move on? He didn't consider that he's better?
I don't know.
Has more chance?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest.
And how was as a tiebreak? How was the opening choice and
Yeah, I find playing Armageddon games in this format with exponentially +1 second very difficult for black. Actually, I would much rather prefer be white, but I hadn't managed to be white so far. And and okay, with black I wanted to play, super solidly. Yeah, something like I had in the game, when I don't have to calculate that much, and just play, some okay, maybe not random, but very, very solid and typical moves. And and in the game I got exactly that. The paradox obviously is, kind of funny opening for black, but I assumed that it might, be very solid. Yeah, and I actually expected before the game him to play knight g5, knight f7. These lines, because they're quite demanding for black, and I mean very proper for the situation. Yeah? But obviously I checked it, so yeah, okay. In the game I was in control, I think, all the time. Like maybe I was even slightly better at black in some moment, but.
Well, at the very end.
But I wanted to to swap everything off the board. So yeah, I played this B65 and so on.
Okay, good. So congratulations, and so it's a good feeling. I know myself always to go to a rest day with a victory.
Yeah.
So have a rest and get some energy for the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
So maybe let's have a very quick look on the remaining games, and then we can have a small break.
Yes.
I think in Carlsen Tari, I don't know, I wouldn't be surprised if Arian would just resign actually after H3, because there is, to my understanding, there is absolutely no defense against a very simple plan.
Well, this is a very sad story when you have to think about such moves when it's. But of course, we can see a beautiful position where it's so clear that every single piece of white is so much clearly better than black's. Like the A7 rook is so much powerful than the B8. One is attacking, other one is not doing anything. The queen on F3 is just attacking on F7. The black queen is just defending. The king practically cannot make a move because it has to be defending the knight F6. The bishop is completely paralyzed. And of course, the D5 knight is a beauty.
Yeah.
It just stands on the best possible square.
Terrible position even to look at from the black side.
We are not going
even
to
mentioning
switch here.
to play it.
We're not going to switch here, flipboards.
Yes, not anymore for sure. Yeah. So here, what have happened? Let's check. Knight. So rook B8 was played. I think somewhere there. Queen F2. I think with the
rook B8, bishop D7.
Bishop D7. Yeah, I think Fabiano is trying to complicate matters a bit. But yeah, it was strange. I think he missed C5, obviously, because I think he had a very considerable advantage out of the opening, and here, he's still trying something, but it doesn't look like too many chances, for white to get anything. So
black seems to be very active with his queen on E5 and bishop on E4.
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand after the simple F5, what is the plan? I mean, I'm not. I don't see tactics. I mean, bishop F5 doesn't seem to work to me. Otherwise, F5 is a very logical move.
Queen H4.
Queen H4 and maybe Queen F6 or Rook F6. Yeah. Let's say even Queen F6 just to make it simple. Maybe I would go Queen F6. If I want to make a draw. Yeah. Or maybe, because if I check Queen G6, unless there is some tactics, maybe Bishop F5, Rook D1, Bishop G6 can work.
Yeah, now there is.
Now there is some, So maybe after Queen G3, check King H8, some Rook G8 is coming. I mean, also white must watch out also a bit, to...
Yeah, it seems like, well, if F5 is possible, then there is a good chance that it has to be played.
But also many other moves are possible.
Yeah, it's not the only move.
Quiet King G7, King G7. I mean, F5 is just natural. I think here it's already actually simply equal, It's simply equal. There is very little chance for white, to do something. But let's see. Fabiano will definitely still try till the last moment, try something, because he really needs a win, and he needs a win preferably in the main, in the main game. And I'm not sure he considers himself a favorite in the tie-break, so he really wants. I'm sure he wants to play for a win.
Okay, well, we have 8 minutes for Fabiano and 16 for Firouzja, but let's have a few minutes of a break, and then we come back. Well, hopefully Magnus will be still playing.
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hofmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.
eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, but I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
Welcome back to the Altibox Norway chess event, which is incredible what was happening. Just Magnus Carlsen took over the lead, I think, most likely, because Firouzja is having actually a drawish endgame. So most likely Magnus actually has 16.5 points right now, and Firouzja has 14.5. And it's very difficult for him to win the game with the black pieces. But let's see how it finished in the meantime, because actually Magnus did converted his advantage into victory, which was not really a question for us for already quite some time. And if we see the position after h3, we decided with Vladimir that after g4, g5, there is no way black can save the game. And I would just like to show and go through the last few moves of the game. Rook d8 happened. g4, continuation of a plan, very clearly. g5 is coming next. That's why black played rook d7. Obviously, white is not going to be exchanging rooks, but plays rook a8. And it's interesting in this game that quite a few times it was like they're white and black switching rows, right? White goes to a8 and then on the sevens, but unfortunately for black, white rook is extremely strong on the 8th and extremely strong on the 7th. So it's one is worse than the other from black's perspective. So black played f6 because there was nothing really to do anything. If black would be going rook b7, white is just going g5. If black pass, then queen f6, gf6, and knight e7 wins. So this would have been another way of giving up the game. So this is why f6 happened. g5, because the f8 bishop is under attack from the rook and the bishop and the queen. So black has nothing better than to play f5.
Black could have tried bishop e7, But then simply knight takes e7 is already good enough, as I understand. And after...
I thought just takes this.
Yeah, or takes this, doesn't matter. The same idea. Take on e7, take on f6, and the queen f6, rook g8 check.
Exactly.
King f7, rook f8 check, and the queen is getting lost.
So after g5, there was nothing else than playing f5. Now there is another new idea comes into the picture. That
White as we prognosed, white starts a direct attack on the king. Finally.
Yeah, you told us that it's going to be checkmate.
Rook f7, and I guess there are many ways to win here. I even like a move like c4, for example, just to ask black what is his next move. It's a little bit maybe painful, too painful, but for black. Because king g8 you can already do many things, including knight f6 checks taken in exchange and so on. But I think what Magnus did was even more was really beautiful. Rook e8.
It's very efficient, pure calculation, but it's just a perfect finish of the game. Queen h6, king g8, queen g6, and practically whatever black does, king h8.
Yeah, very important is that if bishop g7, there is knight f6 check and kind of double pin. And taking the queen next, and after king h8, knight f6. Not a difficult but very cute, nice combination. Now the queen is under attack. Queen g8 mate is threatening, and if rook takes f6, then white also takes the queen on e8.
Well, we can say that for Tari, it was a huge lesson that he's not going to make these mistakes again, never again, because he got a very painful loss today. And it showed, for me, it was very impressive. It was not so difficult to convert it into victory, Magnus's advantage, but I think it was really exceptional how he improved his position from very small advantage into full victory. It was such an example.
I actually think that those kind of games are very educational for children, for young players, for example. Yeah, to see how you make a very clear logical plan, and slowly, you don't hurry, you prevent counterplay, you take knight to c4, and then slowly you get from one flank, then queen from another flank, and that's the way you win such positions, which is just at some point you tied up black's pieces, and then you find the tactics, because it's very logical that a lot of tactics can be in this position, because white's pieces are so much better than black's pieces, and that usually is the first that usually leads to a certain tactical solution.
But I think it was also interesting that, especially for club players and masters, even like Tari, he did not realize how dangerous it can be, right? Mm-hmm. And it is also a beautiful example, like you, Vladimir, said it, that, okay, knight d2, it will be very difficult, knight goes here, there, whatever. And this is exactly why you have to see classic games, because if you see such a game, for example, between Magnus and Tari, you will understand, and you will never forget that it doesn't matter if the opening guy get out with equal position. I would never enter something like this, because I can visualize it, that what will be the end of it, right? Because it happened. And if you analyze these middle games, then you understand that if white plays well and correctly, I have very little chance in practical game to save the game.
Yeah,
so it was exceptionally beautiful.
Yeah, nice game. I mean, was for Magnus, for his level, it wasn't too difficult, but a good positional example. This game,
I think we have the world champion with us. Congratulations, yes. Magnus.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
How did you feel during the game? Well, before you had a huge advantage, let's say around bishop g5.
Okay, bishop g5 is a bit of a silly move, but I just wanted to get a normal game and just play. And I think certainly when he played b4, that plan was pretty misguided. I think he wanted to trade some pieces, but he should have played something else, like queen c7 maybe, and just kept the tension.
On knight c6, yeah, we also was considering.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem with knight c6 is that I go knight f1 and he doesn't have c4 anymore.
Yeah, we thought maybe knight e8, yeah? That was our idea, maybe.
Maybe.
Or
Yeah,
maybe
like,
even h6, maybe even h6, actually.
yeah, okay, in general, h6 is fine, but I think, I mean, I'll take a knight e3 and it's not much, but at the very least, I've opened the A file. So very often in these lines, black just goes A4, B4, and you don't care about all these squares because you have bishop pair and some long-term prospects on the king side. But with the A file open, I feel it like it's a better version. But still, okay, it's
G6. We saw G6 and bishop G7, and our assessment was pretty equal. Yeah, on knight e8.
I am not doubting that. I think it's basically equal, but it's still playable. That was my main.
Can you tell us which was the point where you said, okay, it's the point is halfway in my pocket?
Well, I thought already after takes and I took on f6 and knight d2 that strategically the game is kind of decided. But I mean, this does not mean that it's going to be an easy win, but basically the strategical battle is over at that point. It's clear that I have a nice advantage. You know, only question is whether I can win it.
I mean, Magnus, for us, it was not the question. For us, the question was when, how long it will be. I mean, here we already had no doubts about the outcome of the game. It's just that we are not sure. I even predicted exactly what will happen. I mean,
Vladimir wrote the script for
the
until the end
A line, rook will enter on a line, knight will end on d5, and then black will be mated on the king side. And you exactly performed, you know, it's brilliantly, you know. So I was very happy.
It's very nice when you can just follow a plan and you don't have to calculate much. I guess the only moment was move 31 when he could have gone rook b3.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he's surviving exactly as the line I was giving with 93.
Just the only thing in this line, maybe after this rook a8. In G7, I was not sure if knight c7 is not winning here. Just
knight c7, queen e7.
Yeah, and knight e8. I mean,
yeah, king g8.
King g8, and there is no way to.
I think I can go knight f6, king g7, knight d5, and we have the same position.
What a beautiful draw! Repetition of series of positions.
And g4, yeah, was that one? Uh-huh.
Yeah, I thought g4. I mean, now that I think about it, maybe c4 is possible here.
Yeah, c4, that's what, but still maybe g5.
g5, cd.
Takes and king h6.
Queen f6, yeah. There is some chance, but maybe there is no need to.
No, I don't think there's a hurry.
Yeah.
Also, h4 maybe.
Now.
Yeah, or maybe h3 to cover, because black doesn't have any moves.
And also another idea is knight c7 check, knight e8 check, knight f6 check, and queen h3 or something. Maybe it will be mate.
Maybe this will just mate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this could actually just mate.
Knight e8 and knight f6, king g3, queen h3, h5.
Yeah, g8.
I guess g8 should be mate, yeah.
Where's the mate?
There will be somewhere. I mean, somehow, somewhere. Yeah, but okay.
Okay, I mean, let's let the computers figure it out. But I'm sure there's
for sure
more than one way.
No doubt. Yeah. Okay,
well,
okay. And a very nice end of the game.
Yeah, but I felt that maybe for the theme of the game, like queen h4 was more.
Yeah. I offered c4 here. I like c4 move. Yeah. But it was nice. Yeah. No, it was a very, I guess, not too difficult for your level. I mean, of course, was not that difficult game, but actually we found it very educational. I mean, for kids, for example, for young players, I mean, the planning and the execution of the plan was really beautiful. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was certainly a very pleasant experience, and yeah, I mean, you don't get to play these games too often.
That's what I wanted to say. That at your level, you don't have experiences like this very often.
Well, it was like your game with Vichy, no?
Exactly. I reminded myself of that.
So you do get it sometimes.
Well, I also got it maybe once in a lifetime against such a player.
Yeah.
So,
But thanks for remembering my game.
No.
What are the plans for the last rest day?
I don't know. We'll see about the weather. If the weather is okay,
I guess football, maybe.
I don't know about football.
No, not sure. Yeah.
But we'll see.
Okay.
So maybe one question before we let you go. What do you think about Caruana's game?
I think it's a little bit dangerous for Alireza. Like also on like a few moves ago, I thought King F2 was very interesting.
After King G's which point?
Yeah, King F1, Rook H6.
Mm-hmm.
King F2, you just give H2 and then you go Bishop F3.
Bishop F3.
And this could be very dangerous for black.
What an idea.
But I somehow feel like Fabiano could perhaps have gotten even more early in the game. Like on move 17, for instance, I thought this Bishop B5 was very interesting. Take Bishop F6, Gf6, and then take...
Yeah, but I'm not sure, maybe Bishop G5, maybe C5 was missed, because, I mean, strategically, white is just better. Yeah, it's maybe if he would just stop C5 instead of Bishop G5, if there is a way, yeah, then... But maybe it's not so easy. Yeah? Maybe some nice prophylactic move, like Rook E1 or something, but yeah, it's not so easy. Yeah.
No, Rook E1, I think he still goes C5 and hopes for the best.
Yeah, my idea was now at least to take on B5 and to keep two bishops in this place, but it's not so, it's not so simple.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, okay, white is still better, but I don't know how much.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Have a good free day tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
What an idea what Magnus just gave to us.
Yes, no, it's very interesting. I still believe it must be close to a draw. Even there, Bishop F3, if I just take and move back my Rook to H6, let's say Bishop F3, King F3, and Rook H6 trying to get... But it's true that there's still
Rook
some...
D5, maybe.
I mean, like trying to exchange a pawn, yeah? I mean, somehow with Rook A6, Rook B6. Of course, black must definitely hold it, but yeah, it's an interesting try. But even here, still, of course, it's a draw. But I had a feeling maybe black could have done it in a more simple way. I mean, the position we have on the board, we can maybe go through the after Bishop D7, Rook FD8. We can maybe show how was it going. Rook FD8. I mean, somewhere here, I felt that black is maybe not any worse at all, yeah?
Yes, Rook B6 was played and F5 was played.
F5, yeah, Queen H4.
We were discussing.
Yes. Okay, Queen F6, takes. I mean, here it looks like basically an equal endgame to me, but I'm not sure about Rook takes D1, not fully convinced.
Maybe Rook B8 was an option?
Yeah, Rook B8, or another move is Rook D6 also, which is very logical, because it's, first of all, I guess the idea is to take and play Rook D1, because black wants Rook D2 also, yeah?
Well, white could go King F2 anyway. No, but then takes and the pawn is hanging on G2. Okay. Yeah,
I mean, the thing is that in this position, if let's say Rook D1, I think it's a very simple draw is even taken on D1. You don't have to, but if you want to make a draw, you take and put pawn on F4 and it's just a draw. Yeah. Okay, white has a certain Bishop F3, some very small chance, but very, very small. I mean, black will. But of course, here white is nominally trying. So maybe.
But okay, this was maybe he just didn't want to. He wanted to play very straightforward.
Yes, but at least now white manages to regroup a bit. And okay, he has a king on e5, king got to e5, so maybe it is fine. Yeah. King f1, rook h6, okay, king g1, rook g6, rook f2, f5. Of course, it's very drawish still. King e5, bishop f3,
king e5.
King e5. Yeah,
hard to imagine that black can.
Yeah, because black is active. Of course, his pawn structure is far from great, but he is very active. Yeah, so rook d2 is played and rook h6.
Rook h6, rook a6, rook.
Yeah, rook h6 was played, just trying to attack this pawn.
I would be surprised if this game lasts long.
King g1, probably.
Rook g6.
King f2. And then trying to play h3.
Okay, I go rook a6. But no, then I go rook h6 after.
Yeah, I think h3 anyway is probably useful. Yeah. To
1 second. Here after king g1, I go rook a6.
Rook a6. I would probably play. Let's say a3.
Or b3.
Yeah. A3. Let's say. Yeah, probably c4 tactically will work. Because you always have counterplay on the b2 pawn. But no, of course, objectively it is, it's not really. It's
hard to imagine that white can do anything.
Yeah, bishop e2, but yeah, it's not really serious because you can even play bishop d5 and then you rook d4, you always have rook b6. Yeah, it's king g1. I think probably they will repeat moves or something. Yeah. a5.
a5.
Yeah, it's healthy move. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Why not after all? Yeah.
Well, probably rook d8. But my question is, what if, let's say, rook d8 and you go rook d6? Is this a draw?
Takes. There is a small. I think it must be, yeah, but there is a small problem potentially with king f2. And then
is there any chance, any way of playing for a win for any color?
No, I don't see any for both. Yeah, because I
don't know. What about a3?
But you can easily even get pawn on c4 or something. Yeah, a4. And how?
It's simply hard to imagine that anything can happen. Maybe bishop b2.
Bishop d5 and you stay. Yeah,
but let's say if you would go king d5, then already g3. And there is something.
Bishop d3. Also, you never know who. I mean, you can also get slightly worse with white here. No, it's a very simple draw. Yeah. a5 b3 has been played. I think. It's just time. Fabiano is trying to. To use his chance, maybe because Firouzja has little time issue. I mean, potentially.
What about a4?
A4, yeah, it's possible. Yeah, why not?
But then rook a6, bishop d1, right?
Yeah, but then bishop gets to d1.
So maybe it's not.
There are many ways to make a draw, of course, here for black. I don't know if still rook d6 maybe is the simplest. Because
rook d6.
Yeah, you need to calculate the variations. Yeah, because this pawn endgame you have to calculate.
Now white wants to go rook d8, I guess.
Yes. But actually rook d6 is a simple draw, I believe. Yeah. I mean, just a draw. Rook d6 is actually just a draw.
Rook d6, you mean?
Yeah, if you want, it's not too difficult to manage it. But yeah, rook b6 was played.
And probably he wants to go.
I don't know if Alireza is trying to play for a win or what.
Yeah, this is a good question.
Because he could have gone rook g6, rook h6. Yeah, I mean.
No, but then h3.
Yeah, but I think it's very useful to have pawn on h3 for black. It's very nice because with a pawn on h3, you never have g3 ideas really, yeah. So, and even sometimes you can take on f3, rook g3, and pawn is hanging on h3. So, but yeah, it doesn't change anything basically, the assessment of the position. But yeah, it's just that for Firouzja, probably it would be better not to try to play for a win this position, because there are no reasons objectively. Now, for instance, white can just play king f2. I guess maybe he wants c4. I mean, yeah, the last move, rook b6, is fine, of course, but
Yeah,
I
because
don't
he
see
can go
much
anywhere.
point in it.
Still rook d6 or rook h6.
Yeah, okay, rook d6, obviously, Firouzja doesn't want to play, yeah, because otherwise he would have played it already earlier. And if rook h6, maybe already Magnus-style idea, like rook d8 can be interesting. So king f2 is played, yeah. Rook b6 was...
Well, black has
strange
only
move.
2 minutes and 34 seconds. 30 by now. And white has still nearly 13 minutes. But it's hard to
Yeah,
believe
because
that...
but the problem, for instance, rook d6 already not so clear if you can save it, because I can take on e4 and g3, and I'm not 100% sure it's a draw. Very strange.
You
yeah,
take on
this-
e4 first?
Yes, and g3, yeah. Well, I can also play g3 first, but I want to be sure that, and I don't know, because f3, king e3, and then you have these two pawns, yeah, running. Probably it's still a draw because black should be in time, but yeah,
I think
g4.
first g4.
Yeah, so, then h4 and the a3, so you are starting. Okay, here maybe f2 you need to hurry with f2, king f4, but it's kind of dangerous, yeah, this position. So
Okay, so maybe after
let's see it
all-
again. King f2, it seems to me that yeah, that black a little bit lost the. I mean, he's trying, yeah, young player, like, you know, trying to be very tactical, very concrete. In fact, when you can just make some healthy move and you don't have to hurry, yeah. Because I have a feeling Firouzja wants to calculate variations here, but there is no big need for it. Probably he's calculating a4, c4, those kind of moves.
Yeah, all these tactical ideas, which is
are
unnecessary.
probably fine, probably okay, but yeah, there is no.
But
need.
it's not necessary to do so.
I mean, now already you have to you have to consider, yeah, because rook d8 is potentially.
But besides that, as for 2 rounds, we had a leader of 17 years old, Firouzja, and probably he sees it that Magnus won, so he's going to be passing by him in points. So maybe he's also having some hope that he wants to win this game. Of course, it's nothing realistic, but
Yeah, but it's becoming dangerous for him. 20 seconds, you see. I mean,
wow.
It is, and there is no increment yet. I mean, it's really dangerous. What is he doing? I mean, there is no time.
Rook a6?
Well, first of all, you just need to make a move.
And 2 seconds? No, I think
I don't know what is if it's right. No, I think a move was made.
Rook a6, very, very strange.
Rook a6
decision.
was played, yeah?
Rook a6.
Would be nice, of course, to get the clock. I mean, to see how much time the players have, yeah? Rook a6, rook d8.
Yeah. Rook
Do you see
a6.
we don't see the clock, actually. I mean...
No, the clock has 1:55 for Firouzja and 10:25 for...
At least there is 1:55, okay. So rook d8, now it starts slowly to get...
a4. a4
Yeah, that's the only idea. But then rook a8 check, yeah? King d5, bishop
Well,
e2.
for the moment, Fabiano is thinking. And Firouzja has 1 more minute and 40 seconds. Very nervous. We can see from the camera angle that he's
But
very...
no, rook d8 was played, I think. A4, but I don't. Rook E8 check is.
Rook E8 is not on the board yet. White is hesitating, thinking how to react.
Yeah, because I see variation Rook E8 check, King D5, maybe is the idea, but then Bishop E2. And Bishop E2 trying to get Bishop C4 check.
This Rook A6, I'm very surprised at.
Yeah, so you see Rook A8 check in D5. Otherwise, your pawn down in an endgame. Yeah, this is played. King D5, Bishop E2. I'm afraid is a big problem now. Rook gets to G6, but then Bishop C4 check.
But sorry, but maybe A takes B3 is possible.
Yeah, but then that was my idea. Yeah, I think I can take on A6. Yeah.
And Bishop B7.
And Bishop
Rook A8.
Yeah, Rook A8. Yeah, that's a problem. So let's see what happens. For some reason, the board doesn't work. So Rook A8, Rook G6 is Bishop E2, Rook G6 is played. Rook G6 here. Has been played, and now it's getting
Rook G8.
a bit. Bishop C4 check in D6, G3 even is not so easy.
Well, now just in a fraction of a second, within 2 moves, things have changed.
Yeah, G3, and probably G, HG. And of course, it's actually a draw still, but white has some chances already. Yeah.
Okay, so
Rook G6. Another idea might be C4 check. No, king will get to D4. Yeah, because Rook D8 check and Bishop F3, something like this. Yeah, I mean instead of Bishop C4 check.
Hold on, we have Rook G6 on the board, right? And White is hesitating what to do. If G3...
Yeah, because he has different ideas here. Yeah.
So, well, Bishop C4 seems to be the
logical,
most
yeah. It's logical. King
Bishop
D6.
C4, King D6, G3.
Now the question is Bishop F1 again, yeah? Just trying to...
And after King D5, you just want to take on A4, right?
Yeah, no, I guess Black will maybe take on B3, take on B3. Okay, it's of course it's still a draw, yeah? But at least, of course, it's White made some progress. So that's why I believe that Fabiano, he will try...
White just going to go B4 or...
Yes, I will take Rook to C6. I mean, of course, White has some advantage, but it must be not enough. So I think that for White, what I would try to do is to keep this disharmony of the Rook and so on, but still maybe there is no way really. So G3 was
and G3 played, yeah? On the board.
Let's come back to this G3. I mean, with,
G3. Well, definitely in the last few moves, it was a huge change to favor Caruana, at least giving some chances to him.
Yeah, I mean, I would say some progress, even if probably it's still very, very drawish.
But Firouzja has very little time. And not so easy game.
I would say Rook H6, maybe, yeah?
I'm just checking also Rook H6. How would this be?
I think it must be okay.
Well, and if Bishop C4, King D6,
King D6,
he takes F4?
Yes, but then I've got checks.
Or H4. What do you think of
H4? Yes, but then I can maybe take and maybe even F4. I thought I would take just and check.
But takes and Rook G6.
Take and check on G6. No, in fact, it's pretty drawish. But he took on G3 and played King D6 himself.
Bishop C4.
Bishop C4 anyway, for some reason.
Things are not going well for Firouzja, I have the feeling.
In this position. Well, it's more a tendency than anything, because it's objectively, I think, very drawish. I mean, it's totally drawish still. But the tendency is a little bit worrying that he's spending time and not playing very
Yeah,
accurately.
because if you go rook h6, white can go king e3, for example. So
yeah, bishop c6 looks like a very decent move,
c6.
just to try to get bishop to get the bishop to d7 and pawn on h6. It's still very hard to see how white is going to get considerable, at least winning chances. Maybe rook f8, trying to
well, probably he wants to go back bishop e4.
You think he wants to go back? I thought his idea was to put the bishop on d7, yeah, just to.
But it's passive. Then a bishop on e4
it's a bit
is
passive, yeah, but solid. You know,
was the most active piece of his. I mean, after rook f8, bishop d7, rook f7.
Rook f7. Yeah, okay, h6 or rook h6. Well, even h6, and if I just stay, I mean, it's bishop. I want.
You want bishop e6, yes.
Bishop d3, you can try, but no, he went to e4.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I would have it on d7 because now there's some potential of just pushing b pawn, yeah, at some point.
38 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
38 seconds and 10 seconds per move. And they are getting the 10 seconds after every move already.
Yes, I would maybe some slow moves, bishop e2, maybe even before b5.
But what about rook f7 now?
I suppose, let's say I put my pawn on h6.
Rook a7.
King e5, yeah. Some rook a5 ideas. But then f4 I have probably with good counterplay. So what is played? Rook b8, king c7. So rook b8 was played instead. King c7.
Yes, but at this point, it's only Fabi who is playing for a win.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So this is what has changed.
There is some rook g8 idea, which can be a little dangerous under certain circumstances. But so rook e8 back, king d6.
Well, eventually, maybe he's going to go b4. It's not that it's too much, but
yeah,
at least trying.
But I think an experienced player, yes, he would repeat a bit, move around, and then...
That's what he's going to do,
yes,
as he's an
quite,
experienced player.
Quite logical, yeah. And then I guess king c7, he wants to play already rook h8, and king c7, yeah, rook h8, I would be slightly worried. I mean, you have to find a good answer on rook h8, because h6, I'm actually a bit worried about this bishop endgame. Potentially, yeah. I mean, if you get bishop endgame and white king gets to f4, it can become a bit dangerous.
Yeah,
so rook h8. Yeah. I guess h6.
Rook h6.
Rook h6.
But what is rook h6? King e3 now.
Yeah, king goes to, yeah.
Now again a little...
Yes, well, it's still, of course, still very, very drawish, yeah, but of course, it's a very...
Yes, but I believe that now white could improve again a little bit.
Yeah, it's like
to
slowly,
f2, that he goes to f4.
Rook h2, it's understandable. He wants some active counterplay.
Activity, but...
yeah, but this activity, I mean, of course, it's still a draw probably, but it's a very shaky...
By the way, isn't g4 possible?
I was thinking about g4, but there is no big threat, yeah, after g4.
No, but g5 is a threat.
Yeah, g4 is, I mean, some rook h3 check, but now already white has many different ideas. King f4 is possible. I mean, bishop e2 is another, I mean, it's a very strange play.
Now, Firouzja, I think he can be easily in danger. Easily. from practical point of view, with 27 seconds on your clock, it's not funny.
No, it's not funny, yeah, because even I would say king f4 can be dangerous as well. Just because sometimes king can get to e5.
After king f4, maybe king d6.
That's what I was thinking now, rook d8 check,
and then
maybe.
Check.
Yes, and to try to, to get some kind of mating net sometimes with the king on e5. Yeah, but it's getting a little complicated, yeah. I mean, of course, it's still a draw, I mean, no doubt, objectively, but yeah, something like that. And with the idea, for instance, yeah, then to get king on e5, and who knows, some chances. But let's see. I mean, it's...
Let's see whether g4 or king f4 will be the move of
also,
Fabiano.
bishop e2 is a professional move, so to say, yeah, just to keep it.
But after position, bishop e2...
And then to try to go before b5, But it's, of course, it's... I think Fabiano, he is now spending time, he wants to use his chance, yeah, to
he feels it that now he has
he went for g4. Yeah, so
he went for g4. 23 seconds.
That he has a kind of practical chance. Yeah.
Well, he couldn't resist that.
Purely practical. Yeah.
King d6.
King d6.
Well, yeah, it's not simple because after g5, rook h3 check, and black will be. Maybe g4 was premature.
Mm-hmm.
I think, well, of course, f4 is also possible. So actually, white can get in danger.
Yeah.
So white really has to be careful here.
I mean, he can again play some, useful move here, like rook e8, or find some. I would say rook d8 check maybe. Yeah, it makes sense.
And king e7?
King e7 and rook somewhere to g8 or something, just to pretend that white had improved the position. It's absolutely not clear if he did, but...
And he goes back king here?
Yeah, that's yeah, there is not much white can do.
King d6 was a good move.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e8 played.
Rook e8. Okay, just a move, yeah. So rook e8, yeah.
Rook e8.
They're kind of strange moves, yeah, that's usual stories, to make strange moves.
The question is what's happening after king f4, rook f3 and rook g3?
King g5. Well, rook g3, you have bishop p2 probably in the worst case.
Well, maybe after that you just simply take on c3.
Yeah, I agree, but okay, it's at least, I think Fabiano would be very happy to have rook and bishop against rook already here, if he can get it. So rook h3 check is played. Yeah, that's no problem because also here...
And king is on g5.
Yeah, Fabiano is trying.
Maybe bishop c2 simply. What do you think of just bishop goes away?
Bishop b1 for some bishop b1.
Bishop b1, yeah.
Is played, so bishop b1, rook e6 check.
Yes, but after king d7, rook h6, fg4, and the pawn defended on h7.
I think he wants maybe rook e5, yeah, and yes. Fg king, but then c3 is, yeah, then it's a draw, yeah. So let's see, rook e6 check, king c7 is played.
Rook e5.
Yeah, bishop d5, rook g3, yeah, it is important. I mean, rook e5 is played.
Fg, rook c5.
Yeah, that's draw, yeah. Yeah, just king b6, rook b5, king c7, and
yeah, it's hard to believe that there is any chance for white. Of course, they will still play some
No,
moves.
no, I mean, here it's just already king g4, rook c3. Yes, it was a bit shaky. Play.
Yeah, I think g4 was premature.
Yeah. I mean, it was
But-
already getting quite dangerous. I mean, practically, of course.
Yes,
I mean, theoretically, it was always a draw, probably. But now I think they will agree to a draw. Yeah.
And they agreed to draw.
Okay, good game. Some tension all of a sudden from nothing.
Well, good
At some
fighting
point.
game.
And now I guess we are going to have a Armageddon again.
We're going to have, I think, Armageddon in about 15-20 minutes. But of course, the players are full of emotions and they have to recover. It's clear that Fabiano is not happy with the outcome of the game.
Well, I would say that after the opening, I mean, he had a good position, but then at some point, when Black played c5 and took on e5, I mean, he never really had any realistic chances. Yeah.
Yes.
It was more like it was more because he wanted. I mean, White was playing for a win and he wanted to keep it going, but objectively, yeah, it was always very, very close to a draw. Yeah.
Well, White tried in this game, right? Tried, but he had something he was
I think
aiming
somewhere
for.
here it's to me clear that White has a upper hand. I mean, no doubt about it. And I mean, let's say Queen c2, even Bishop g6, and here I have. I mean, in this position, I have no doubt White must be better. Yeah, but you need some couple of accurate
Just
moves.
got the information that the game will be starting the playoff in 20 minutes at 9:25 CEST time.
Yeah, somewhere here. So maybe we can even have a small break, 5 minutes at some point.
Yeah.
Let's say I don't like Bishop g5 so much. I mean, I think after because here knight f5, Bishop g6. Let's maybe Judith. Let's have a small break, like 3-5 minutes, and we will think.
Recap.
And then we will recap and we will analyze this position. Something tells me it must be in White's favor here.
Okay,
so we are back very soon. Very soon.
We are
in
back
3 minutes.
shortly.
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hoffmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.
Hi, everybody. I hope you're still with us, because we are going to see just within a few minutes a very exciting playoff Armageddon game between Fabiano Caruana and Firouzja Alireza. We had an exciting round so far at the 8th Altibox Norway chess event. It's round 8. And Magnus Carlsen gave an exemplary lesson to his opponent, countryman Aronian Tari. He made some mistakes. We are just going to go through in a minute with Vladimir what were the critical points of that game. We have Aronian Duda, where Aronian was somehow he was not in a huge fighting mood, or he didn't get what he wanted out of the opening. So it was in the classical game, it was a draw, and in the playoff, he could not get anything really in the Armageddon game. So actually, Duda collected 1.5 points, while Aronian only a point. And then we have this exciting game between Caruana and Firouzja, which was quite exciting and unexpected opening. Later on, there were some small chances maybe for Fabiano, but Alireza with some inaccuracies, but he held the draw. And now we're going to witness shortly, in about 10 minutes, the playoff of that game. And in the meantime, with these results, it's Magnus Carlsen who took the lead of the tournament. He knows how to make timing correctly. It's round 8, and he's just taking the lead. He was very happy when he was with us after this game, because actually he has all the right to do so, because he made a really good game. So Vladimir, which game do you want to start with to recap, to point out the critical moments?
As you wish, Judith. I mean, probably since the Aronian Duda game was short, maybe we can concentrate on the other two games. So let's go through the Magnus game, which was a very nice positional, classical torture and victory. But of course, for that to happen, he needed some assistance from his opponent at the beginning of the game. I mean, at some point. So c5 was played, bishop g5.
Magnus was not very happy with this bishop g5. He was even going into the confessional booth and explaining. And when he was with us, also he explained that he was he didn't know exactly whether it was.
Yeah, but otherwise, I mean, it's just at least it makes the game kind of a bit unusual. Yeah, that was, I think, the main point. Usually, normally bishop g5 is not too dangerous in this type of positions, but he wanted, I guess, a little bit unusual game, because of course the very typical way is to play knight d2, rook e1, knight f1, and so on. But then also black's play will be easier probably. So he wanted something a little bit unorthodox, yeah, in this game. So bishop g5, castles is logical, knight bd2. Yes, here the first rook b8, I don't know, yeah, probably knight c6 was more accurate, and or queen c7, for example, because black has also another idea in this position is to play c4 at some point. It's quite typical. So maybe trying to get c4. I think the black is doing perfectly fine, no problem. But rook
yes,
b8.
I think with the move rook b8, Aryan showed that I don't want to be active too much. I'm not playing for something exceptional. I want to play the very solid way of playing.
Yeah, but I still think this move is fine, more or less. I mean, now he wants to take b8 probably, so a b, a b, rook e1. Even if d4, I would consider a move d4. And here I think they're very serious. Yeah, it was interesting maybe.
But I have the feeling that when Aryan played rook b8, he had the idea of going into the simplifications by any means.
Yeah. This before was a very significant mistake, in my opinion. I mean, after knight
also
c6.
Magnus pointed out that after b4, it was a serious mistake.
Yeah, because now white gets all his squares and so on. I think after knight c6, the position would be still very close to equal, or h6 first, knight c6. I mean, I think it's, well, white is always white, yeah, so his position is slightly more maybe comfortable, but I don't see a big danger. After b4 is the classical execution started. Knight c4, takes. I am not sure it was a great idea to hurry with taking on c3, because that opens the b line sometimes for white. So maybe I would prefer queen c7, bishop e6 or something. Maybe it's a bit premature to take on c3. It will be always an option. So bc, queen c7. I would consider knight e8, I think, was probably a better choice here, trying to go knight c7, and especially without taking the pawn on c3, trying to play knight e8, knight c7 would be kind of not too bad. Yeah, it's unpleasant because white can play rook a7, it's queen d8 back, it's very uncomfortable, but maybe it was a better choice, yeah. Still, this is already becoming unpleasant, because maybe white even can try to get d4 at some point here, and he has very active pieces. But in any case, probably queen c7, bc is a little premature in my opinion. Queen c7, queen c2 is a nice move, is a very good move, yeah.
What is the point of queen c2?
I think the point is to have this queen a2, that black doesn't have rook e8, bishop f8, and yeah, rook e8, h6, so... And it's anyway useful.
So why not rook e8?
Yeah, rook e8 was could be, but then maybe he wants to take and queen b3 or something, or queen b3 even. No, queen b3, rook a b8 you can have. Yeah, I don't know. Knight d2. Still, rook a8 was a better choice. Yeah, definitely, because I think you have to keep white square bishops here to try to keep. But black is already in a certain trouble. I mean, white has a very nice stable plus, but after bishop b5, it becomes really difficult now. Well,
actually, we can say that until now, b4 was a crucial weakening move, but now at this point, bishop b5 was the next, which actually entered into almost strategically lost position.
Yes. I think black should try to do h6 maybe. It's not yet so bad. I mean, white is clearly having a very nice position, but it's not too bad. I mean, you need by all means to keep white color bishop in this position.
What about bishop e6? So to try to exchange the bishop with the having pawn on e6 and not to allow the d5 square to be
Yeah, that's also possible. It's just not. I'm not totally sure if I cannot play very simple like bishop takes e6, for example, f e6, and now trying maybe to again to do the same plan. I don't know if taking on f6 maybe also makes sense, just to avoid, just to get this knight against bishop position. Yeah, bishop takes, and now just rook a6 and trying to rook a4 just to stop c4 just in case. Yeah, maybe rook a4 I would just in case try to stop c4, and then queen a2, and but that is of course a much better version for black than what happened in the game. Yeah, rook a1, of course it's still very little fun, so to say, because still the same idea that white will make the opponent suffer for ages here. But yeah, knight d2, and it's. I mean, of course, you have the d5 square covered, but in exchange you have the weakness on e6. Yeah, but it is much better version for black, even if I still wouldn't be happy with the situation, with the position. But bishop b5 is a significant mistake, and now a very nice operation takes knight d2, and knight gets to c4. Black is not in time to push d5, and if not, then slowly but surely white starts to improve his position, because black has no real plan, is very passive.
If white would go knight c4, would d5 be a great relief for black?
I mean, I think that's why Magnus decided to start with queen a4, because d5 would be
prophylactic.
Great, maybe not a great relief. I mean, because let's say after knight e3, white is still better, but some relief at least, definitely. Yes. So queen a4 is it's a purely prophylactical move. Now knight c4. Now if d5, there is knight a5. So black is just not in time to to push d5. So you see, just as a you should not hurry in such positions. Yeah. With white. So first stop counterplay. That is that is a classical way of playing it. First stop all black's ideas, and then slowly you start to improve. So now next step for white is to enter on a line and knight to d5. But maybe we should stop.
Just 1 minute, and we're going to see the start of the playoff. Yeah. So we have to speed it up.
Then you can just go through the game, and you see how white, I mean, move by move very quickly after g3, for example, and you see how white executes his plan. Enter on a line, get knight to d5, starts to play on the king side. Yeah.
The queen maneuver was also somewhat very nice, I believe.
Yeah, you tied up black's pieces on defense, and then you start your action. Knight.
This was also something good, that one pair of rooks were exchanged.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, rook a1, taking control over the 8th rank, regrouping the knight to the better square on d5.
Of course, we don't change rook, even if it would still be very
But in the meantime, sorry, we have to go to the game, because the Firouzja
so f3, yeah.
Fabiano.
So
f3
G6.
again, continue the same system.
Yeah, I mean, the opening was very, very good for white. So g6 probably was a move.
Now it's a little different.
I guess f6 will be played, maybe. Or maybe c5, is an option.
The time control is white has the starting time 10 minutes, black has 7 minutes, and black has a draw odds. So if the game will be a draw, then white will have only 1 point and black takes 1.5 points, which is, of course, extremely important for the young prodigy Firouzja, because he's really head-to-head for the first place with Magnus Carlsen.
I actually think black must be doing fine here, because he has this, with the bishop on g7, he has this f6 ideas. Yeah, like takes, e6, even then knight c6 and f6, yeah? So I guess queen takes d4 must be played. I don't know why.
What happened to knight b5?
No, it is possible, but it just
Queen
doesn't look
d4 on
so
the
good.
board.
Bishop e6. Yeah, it's an interesting way of playing. So Aliza wants to go knight c6, and then whether knight h6, castle f6, something else. It looks like he's having a good position. It looks to be knight h6. I would just go, and then he has this f6 idea. There is a strategical danger in the position because the bishop on g7 is now queen b6,
Queen
knight
c5.
a4.
White knight wants to go to d4 later.
Yeah. Bishop d7 was played. He could have started with a castle, but I think black has a good dynamics, in this position. In general, castles probably.
Or knight f5.
Yeah, knight f5, bishop f2, h5, something like that.
e6, surprising move. No
He
castle.
wants bishop f8, the idea
Bishop
is to play
f8 with the idea c5. So maybe knight a4?
Knight a4, maybe knight a4, but then, again, knight f5, some bishop f8, c5, maybe some very tactical ideas.
And knight a4 is on the board.
Because after e6, of course, strategically, it's already, these black squares might become weak, So the question
it's
is...
very dangerous choice what Firouzja did.
Yes. A6, I don't like so much, a6 move.
Because 1-2 moves, queen c3, white puts bishop on c5 and knight, and then it's a huge advantage for white, which actually happening.
But black has quite some tactical ideas. I would probably play c5 here just to give a pawn.
To get rid of your pawn.
Knight c5, castle, rook c8, and just because I don't want my bishop to end up.
But I think white should be having an advantage. And Firouzja just played.
He's right. I mean, I think white is better, but at least. It's not that so passive, the position.
Otherwise it would be very easy to play it with white.
And now black still has ideas, sometimes f6, and
But white has a huge advantage.
White is better, no doubt about it, But it's not the first time Aliza has some difficulties, but is extremely resourceful, so... Bishop c6, I'm not sure. Knight d4.
Against Aronian, he had a worse situation, I think. He was close to mate there to get.
Yes. And here it's getting,
here it's a very bad situation for him.
d4, I think I would just go d4 because.
You just want to get all the pawns.
I want my bishop playing because if white gets knight d4 at some point, it's just so bad.
Well, it looks pretty hopeless for black, but of course white still has to convert his advantage into victory.
Of course, knight d4 is very logical. Just change the knight, put bishop on d4, and start promoting your pawns. Looks really bad for black. Very unfortunate play so far. H3.
Well, one day even g4 can appear, but not yet.
But it's staying. I don't know. No, Judit, knight d4 is so tasty. To put the knight on d4.
Well, I'm waiting already to see knight on d4.
Because at some point d4 might come. At least black will get some kind of play with after d4.
Well, on the other hand, probably Fabiano just wants to go on the tactical route by playing g4, and he will
g4, in blitz, in this.
It's there. It's on the board.
But it's always a bit double-edged. I mean, of course, I understand it's strong, but opening your king is never a great idea with a short time control if you don't have to. Although objectively, it is very strong. I agree. The black's position is objectively not completely hopeless, but bishop d4 again, and then some mate might.
Black will try to take on b4, take on c5, grab a pawn back on a4.
That's true, but probably might get
rook g1. No,
simply
he just
mate
goes
it
for the king.
On the black squares.
He wants to hunt the king, which is not
again. I would just go d4. I want some open lines. With black.
Pawns really bother you in this game.
Open diagonals just to be able to get some tricks, at least some kind of d4, bishop d4, rook d8. At least take d4. At least I can. I can try to attack. Couple
maybe he
of
will
pieces
take on c5 and a4.
d4 because d4 must be played. It may be bad, it's losing, but it must
Some
be
consequence.
knight e4. Of course, it's quite painful probably. Yeah? As well, but it's a right practical decision. I mean, the game is already lost objectively. It's just you need to try.
But knight e4 is very strong. But we have bishop d4 on the board so far.
Now rook d8 at least. You start attacking pieces a bit. Yeah.
Queen f2.
Yeah, I know, but maybe at some point f5 will come. Some
Now
tactics.
also knight e4 is quite strong.
Queen f2, f5, you're trying, try something. Queen e3, and yeah, it is pretty bad, but...
Knight e4 now. Well, it will be very difficult for black. Knight f6 and f5 is a threat.
Bishop e7, I guess, yeah?
Well, not much of a choice, I guess.
Bishop e7 and...
Knight f6 anyway?
Then I can take an e5 maybe at least, yeah, trying to get my knight to e6 and yeah, okay, what to do, yeah, it's
no, I understand completely.
Yeah, bishop c6, yeah, it's possible. I'm just, yeah.
And after knight f6, f5?
Knight f6, knight g5 maybe. Well, f5 is also good, but then maybe knight takes f5 and some miracles trying to take on f3.
I doubt.
Rook c1.
Rook c1.
Strange move. I mean, okay, but sophisticated.
Well, it will be very difficult to turn back the game for Firouzja.
Queen b7. I mean, still.
Well, I just go knight f6, f5, and it's just over.
It's unpleasant, yeah. Very unpleasant.
Well, knight e8, of course, and still some moves.
Yeah,
Queen b7.
Yeah, I'm also, I would be quite worried about knight f6 check and knight g5.
And knight g5.
Because you cannot even take on b4 there because queen takes b4, yeah? And
f5 is on the board.
Knight e8.
e8.
Yeah, that is difficult.
It's definitely not fun with black, but I think there is some practical chances here for him. Knight takes e8, bishop e8.
Yeah, I think knight g5 was stronger, but yeah, knight g5 was just killing practically immediately, but okay, it's anyway probably, yeah, I guess there is some way to calculate variations, GH and G, maybe it's mate, but it's not something you want to do, yeah? I mean, FG, not Fabi, because he is ready to calculate.
Yeah, for him it's not a pain, but a pleasure.
Even if I still don't, I mean, if you just can take on f3, what does he want after bishop takes f3?
GH5?
Yes, of course, but it's not mate yet, yeah?
Yet.
I mean, at least looks like some kind of fight. Maybe he wants something more direct, yeah? After bishop takes f3. Like queen g5 or something, yeah? But it looks like, I don't see an immediate mate.
Actually, it's not clear. I also have some problem pointing it out. Because after GH, knight f6.
Yeah. I mean, there's some, so bishop f3 is played. Yeah, I don't know. GH, no, he's thinking now. Bishop f3 is played. Yeah. I mean, I don't know why he gave this piece. It's probably in white's favor still, but,
I'm not sure, actually. Because the king on h2 stands very badly. After knight, maybe knight e8 is the move.
Knight takes e8, but some tricks can come. Queen e4, even some now queen e4, probably not.
Why not?
Because knight e6 I don't like. But yeah, so 5 is here. But maybe Yeah, maybe you can even take on e8 simply. I mean, you still have to show the mate. Yeah. So Fabiano had probably missed something, or because he starts to think now. But that is not so easy. Yeah? I mean, I don't see.
gh5. And what is his plan after knight f6? Tell me, what is his plan after knight f6?
It's a good question. Maybe ef simply.
But bishop d6.
And rook g3.
I don't know. We have on the board f takes g6.
F takes g6. Also possible. I think still it must be in white's favor, of course, objectively.
H takes g6. The threat right now is g7. Let's say black just does something, then g7 and queen h6.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful.
That's the threat.
So, but if you just take, I mean, if you take on f6, still I'm wondering.
Bishop g7.
Bishop G7. But here just queen f4 or something, no? I mean, queen h4 is coming.
Yeah, I don't understand.
This I don't understand how, I mean.
And queen f4 is on the board.
Yeah, that looks just, yeah, that is already over, I think.
Rook takes d4, takes bishop h6. Hard to believe. G7. Yeah. No?
G7?
Or that's not
for instance, yeah. Yeah. No, rook f1, just very quiet.
As you pushed your pawn, I just want to get rid of my pawn on G.
Yeah, that is unsavable already under normal circumstances.
Queen h4, queen g7.
Queen g7. Yeah, rook f1, I guess.
Well, it's hard to believe that black can save. Rook f1, knight e8, rook f7.
Yeah, you know, that is already.
And this is
E2.
the game. Bishop e2, I guess knight. Queen e5 check.
Yeah.
Still. But I think it doesn't matter.
Bishop d3.
He could have
knight g4, I guess. Yeah. Knight g4, I guess, is a very simple way. Yeah. Yeah, somehow reserves, didn't.
Well, Alireza has few seconds left. Fabiano has nearly 3 minutes still.
And the position.
This will be not something that Fabiano will ruin. That's clear. Fabiano is checking whether is there any checkmate here.
Yeah. I mean, he just wants to give mate, but yeah, that is
3 seconds on the clock for Firouzja, and it will be difficult for him to resign, but he knows that he has no chance at all to save the game.
Yeah, rook f8 check, knight f7 is maybe the most, kind of simple, accurate way, yeah.
Yeah, it's not the only way, of course, as practically everything else wins too.
Yeah, that's what he's playing. Takes on f7 and rook f8 back, yeah.
Interesting that Firouzja is still fighting.
Yeah.
It's just emotionally difficult for him to resign.
Yeah.
And he lost on time and on the board. Well, actually, it was a convincing victory by Fabiano because, practically out of the opening, he had an advantage. E6 was kind of a serious mistake, I think.
Yes, there were quite a few mistakes here. Yes, so somehow, probably Firouzja has to work a bit more on this f3 line because both times he didn't play it. I mean, he got pretty, unpleasant positions very soon after the opening.
Yeah, and today's result then, it was Magnus Carlsen made a full victory in classical game, very convincing against countryman Tari. Levon Aronian was making a draw in the classical game, but in the Armageddon, he could not win. which meant that Jan Christoph collected 1.5 points. Fabiano Caruana, he tried very hard in the classical game, which he really wanted to score full 3 point in the classical game, but he could not make it. But after that, in the Armageddon game, he did make the scoring, but it's only 1.5 point, which means that we have a standing now by Magnus Carlsen is the leader with 16.5 point. Is the first time maybe he's leading in the tournament, but it's a pretty good timing when you're leading after round 8.
Firouzja, but he's playing next round with the person who is in the second place.
Exactly. Firouzja has 15.5, and of course he's very upset because he wanted somehow differently today. Levon Aronian, he had some good games previously, but today somehow it seemed like the opening didn't work out the way he wanted and he couldn't push it. He has 13 points. Fabiano still has only 12.5 on this 4th spot. Jan Christoph, he's having a better tournament in the second half of the event, and he has already 8.5. But Arian Tari is having an extremely difficult tournament. Out of 8 games, he made only 1 draw in classical game. But definitely, I'm very sure, even though he must have a very difficult time in this tournament, he gets such an experience and lessons as he got today from the world champion that he's going to improve a lot after this tournament.
And yes, so this is tomorrow is a rest day, and we are having the next pairing. I mean, the very, very important, definitely the game of the day, of the after tomorrow's day, will be Firouzja with white against Magnus Carlsen. And this will be a very important game in the sense of the fight for the first place. But there are still some other players who can get into this fight for the first place. Jan Christoph Duda is playing against Fabiano Caruana, and I'm pretty sure Fabiano will try to play for a win, even having black pieces. And we have Arian Tari playing with Levon Aronian, who also haven't yet lost his chances if the situation turns in his favor to fight for the first place. And yes, I would like also to announce that we are going, after tomorrow, we are going to have a very special guest, very inspirational personality. I think it will be a great opportunity to see. We are going, I think, going to have our guest somewhere around 5:30, half an hour after the beginning of the tournament, for maybe 20 minutes, half an hour. But I think you will enjoy it, and I find this person very, I was very inspired first time I saw this person, and he's doing things which seemingly impossible, which normally you can't believe are possible at all, but he manages. So I'm trying to put this intrigue a little bit, but I'm sure it will be very interesting and very pleasant for all of you. So and otherwise we continue our work. We need also rest, I guess, with Judit, quite tired already after so many days. So it would be a nice rest day, and we will work from the day after tomorrow. 5 o'clock come. I mean, now the decisive moment of the tournament is starting. And I guess if Magnus, he wins the day after tomorrow, he has even chances to secure the first place 1 round in advance. So try to be there tomorrow, and we see each other. For now, try to rest. Thank you, Judit, for helping me. And I think everybody really enjoys your reflections and your incredible also tactical abilities. I do, at least for
Thank
sure.
you.
So, and yes, we see each other the day after tomorrow.
Yeah, I think just for the viewers that we are not going to be waiting for Fabiano, even though he won, and he generally speaking, he's very happy to join us, but the restaurant is closing. So actually he ran to get some food, and tomorrow everybody has a free day. Thank you very much, Vladimir. It was again a great pleasure for me. And I see and I understand that I get your way of thinking and the spirit you see the positions. I also myself making more exchange sacrifices by now. And it was a great pleasure for me to analyze with you all the games, but specifically today, the Magnus victory, because you were, after move knight d2, you just gave to everybody the script, how it will end, every little detail with it, and actually as a conductor, and Magnus just fulfilled all these, your wishes, how it will end the game.
Something tells me he had it also in his mind already there. He already knew how it's going to end as well, yeah.
But I think it's quite amazing that in some positions you can simply visualize ahead in a position where club players maybe think that it's roughly equal position because it's very symmetrical, equal amount of pieces. It doesn't look so dangerous, but a top player and the world champion and who understands strategy so well can visualize maybe 35 moves ahead. Not exactly, you did not tell the exact position what it will be, but you said that it's going to be more or less the pieces, how the knight, queen, rook, and how the mating net will be developed. So
the only thing that, now, especially nowadays myself, I'm not sure I would manage to deliver all this, so Magnus, he is going further. So not only that he sees, I'm sure he was seeing it all in advance, I mean the whole plan, but also that his precision in delivering this plan, all these small moves like queen a4, prophylactics, of course, that is something very few players can do, is not only to see what he should do, but also to make it, to perform it in such accuracy and precision, yeah. So that was a nice game. I really liked it. It was a nice positional game, which I would definitely, by the way, show to some, maybe my pupil. I have my Indian talented pupil, for example. I will definitely show them this game because it's extremely educational. So thank you, Magnus, for giving me a very nice example for my lectures. And yes, so thank you, Judit. And yes, now time to rest. So and
thank you very much.
Players will try to gain energy for the most important last 2 rounds.
Thank you. And thank you for our tech team and everybody who's helping us out, because I'm in Budapest and Vladimir is in Geneva, but we are very much enjoying it. And be with us after tomorrow for round 9. Bye.